The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of May 23rd, 2024. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, New Hampshire House of Representatives. Let us be in an attitude of prayer. Good morning, God. We give you thanks for this brand new day. We come together this morning as the Legislative House for this great state of New Hampshire. There will be many legislative House bills that will be presented before us today. And we ask, oh God, that you guide and direct us this day. Help us to discern the very nature of all the legislation presented. May we read with open eyes. May we listen with open ears. And may we discern with open hearts. Help us to be respectful to all those that will speak before this body today. Help us to be respectful of each other, even when we do not agree. O Spirit of the living God, may we reflect your image and love to all that see and hear us on this day. We continue to plant the seeds of hope together for this great state of New Hampshire. And, O gracious and loving God, I once again ask for your grace and blessing upon each leader and representative that is gathered here this morning. Bless their leadership and bless the decisions that they will make today. O God of us all, again we give you thanks for this day and for the many blessings and joys you have placed in our lives. We pray that this will be a fruitful day and that we represent and honor you and our constituents to the best of our abilities. It is in our love for you, O God, we pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Manchester, Representative David Priest, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Cady Hickman of Manchester, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives DeSimone, Freitas, O'Brien, Spillane, and Trelevin. The day, important business, Representatives O'Hara, Maria Perez, Sanborn, Marjorie Smith, Summers, Woodcock. The day, illness in the family, Representative Crawford. The day, death in the family, Representative Karen Reed.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Melody Haycock and Amelia Caravan, students from Mount Royal Academy, our pages for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Layla Porter Love, guest of Representative Manos, Tracy Cogsdill, guest of Representative Ellen Reed, Dale Swanson, guest of Representative Elberger, Michael Vasaro, guest of Representative Petrigno, Nicholas McCree, guest of Representative Hacken Phillips, Sam Opel, guest of Representative Morse, Tanya Frost, guest of Representative Priest, George and Lois Dieter, guest of Representative Rung. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 185, relative to the determination of parental rights and responsibilities based on shared parenting and requiring all municipalities and school governing bodies to post on their official website the amount of funds received by the state either by allocation or grant.
Representative Pearson moves that we concur. Representative Raymond is going to speak against.
Representative Pearson has moved we concur, and Chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Currently, the statute requires that judges in custody cases consider the best interest of the child when deciding parenting plans. This bill would change that language to requiring the court to use approximately equal parenting time. This change in language removes the focus on child's needs and creates a one-size-fits-all solution that actually fits very few families' situations. Currently, 85% of families are able to come to agreement without the judge having to make an order that they have to comply with. Only about 15% of high-conflict divorce cases involve parents who cannot get on the same page and create a parenting plan on their own. This new language ignores the child in the conversation about parenting plans. It ignores children's activities and schedules. For example, children who play sports, children who are in scouting, children who have part-time jobs. Because remember, from the age of 3 or 4 until 18, which is the majority of childhood, our kids are doing things. And when you don't look at what the child is doing and you only look at the parents and say half and half, you're ignoring what's best for those kids. This language also ignores the realities of the complex family living situations that we have today. For example, how does one achieve approximately equal parenting time when parents live in 2 different school districts? Again, for 12 years, most kids are in school. How do families manage that? How do they manage when they live far apart and they need to arrange 2 different daycare providers for their approximately equal time? This language treats children as marital property to be divided up when marriages fail. That's not good for kids. We should not be making divorce harder on children. We should be allowing our courts to put the focus on what's best for kids when they are going through these difficult family events. So I agree that the current language is not perfect. However, it works for the vast majority of families, and this language will hurt all families going through divorce. So I ask everyone to non-concur, and I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
In my opinion, it was not a bad bill to start with, but the Senate added the phrase, "the best interests of the child." And to me, that's an important improvement. And my hearing not being what it is, if a division wasn't called for, I would like to call for one.
Representative Mark Pearson asked for a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 185. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Long for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that language does not add up to actions, and if I know and believe that primarily all these decisions should be on the best interest of the child, then would I press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know the Senate added the phrase, "the best interest of the child," would I not agree and press the green button?
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 185. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea to concur, 171 voting nay. Report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1006, relative to creating a family access motion for the enforcement of parenting plans.
Representative Mark Pearson moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed out of Children and Family Law Committee on February 6th with a vote of 14-0. It was passed by this House on March 7th with a voice vote. The Senate adds the words substantial and material to one sentence. Here are the two versions. Our version read, upon finding by the court pursuant to a motion for family access order or a motion for contempt that its order for parenting time has not been complied with. Their version reads, parenting time has been substantially and materially violated. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. I believe the Senate version makes it clear the court will not take action if somebody is once in violation in a very minor way. That was a concern of some folks. The Senate addressed that it would have to be substantial and material violations. I'm comfortable with that. I ask that we concur with the Senate.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1006 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a first and a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1189, relative to criteria for reporting child support delinquency to federal agencies.
Representative Pearson moves we concur. Long to speak against.
Representative Mark Pierce moves we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the concurrent motion. The Division of Child Support warned us that this would be opposed to federal requirements, and it would be an additional financial appropriation in order to change the system. I ask that you non-concur with this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came about because there was some sloppiness that we wanted to get fixed. The Senate looked it over and changed one word. Our version said, shall not report as delinquent any arrearage that does not meet the federal threshold. They added the word applicable. I don't know why they did that. We wouldn't want anything that's unapplicable, in my opinion, but they wanted that word, and that simply says they want to make sure it meets applicable federal thresholds. Okay, I ask that we vote to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1189. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Your head is here.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1189. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open 30 seconds.
Representative Richards.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 181 voting nay, 188 voting nay. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker, I'll move to non-concur.
The motion before us is to non-concur on
Division vote.
House Bill 1189. The division has been requested. Members still should be in your seats. The motion before us is to non-concur on House Bill 1189. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 185 voting nay, 183 voting nay. The motion of non-concur passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1588, relative to court jurisdiction over persons receiving special education.
Representatives Pearson and Weiler will be concur. Pearson to speak.
Representative Mark Pearson, Weiler, move that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, relative to court jurisdiction over persons receiving special education, came out of Children and Family Law Committee with a unanimous bipartisan 12-0 vote. It came out of Finance with a unanimous bipartisan 25-0 vote. It passed the House on April 11th on a voice vote. The Senate added an amendment to appropriate the sum of $3 million from the Educational Trust Fund for the purposes of this act. The Chairman of Finance reminded me this is not new money. This is money already there waiting to be allocated. And if we're going to ask people to do things, we have to have some money allocated. Since the language asking for something to be accomplished means little without that money, and since the money in question is money we've already voted on, we move to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1588 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 279, increasing the penalty for on-premises licenses overseeing alcohol.
Hunt and Roy move that we concur. Hunt is
Representative Hunt moves that Representative Hunt and Roy move that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment did remove a minimum offense for if it's a second offense, and so it was really more of a criminal issue. So I did discuss it with Representative Roy, and he was okay with it. And I talked to the sponsor of the bill, and she was okay with it. So I urge you to support the motion to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 279 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 645, relative to the establishment of decentralized autonomous organizations as legal entities within the state.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment was some things that the Attorney General requested to have put into the bill, and the sponsor was okay with it. All the interested entities were okay with it, and I'm very excited that we're going to get to pass this, and we'll be one of the first states to have it.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 645 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1018, relative to on-premise and off-premise liquor licenses and relative to land and current use.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Alessandra Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello, colleagues. This bill, like so many others, has expanded beyond its original intent and now includes language from SB 504, which is a bill on a completely different topic. As I'm sure many of you know, in New Hampshire, unless private property is posted with no trespassing signs, folks in New Hampshire are welcome to do recreational activity on that property. This includes skiing, hiking, snowshoeing, etc. Property owners receive a tax break for leaving their property open to the public. The language that has been inserted into this bill seeks to allow property owners to post no trespassing except for a specific list of recreational activities and then still receive the tax credit. When the bill was introduced in our committee originally, the prime sponsor explained that the intention was to allow law enforcement officials to go onto these properties and arrest individuals for trespassing as a way to address theoretical border crossings in northern New Hampshire. I asked in committee how law enforcement would tell the difference between someone backpacking or hiking and someone who is supposedly trespassing on these public lands. There was no answer to that question. We also asked what kind of impact this bill would have on actually stopping illegal border crossings, and the sponsor admitted that it would be very minimal. In my eyes, it is very clear that this bill would inevitably lead to the unnecessary stops of Black and brown people who participate in these recreational activities. As it is, many members of my Latino community are detained and forced to show proof of citizenship when simply traveling up north. These racially motivated detainments are unconstitutional, dangerous, and discourage granted status from participating in everything our state has to offer, the freedoms that we all have a right to. I would urge you all to vote against this motion so a better motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The underlying bill is a pretty important bill to the Commerce Committee. It has a bunch of series of issues that we were working on, including addressing the issue of hookahs. So when I got this amendment, I called up the chair, Criminal Justice, and asked him, I said, what happened? What's the story with this issue? And he said that the committee overwhelmingly supported it. Nobody called me and told me there was a problem with this bill, this amendment. I had not heard anything, and believe me, I was making a lot of phone calls to let everybody know that I would want to hear if there's anything I should know. And I did not hear anything, so this is all a surprise to me, and I would hope you to support this motion so we can actually get this important liquor bill passed. Thank you.
Representative Hunt has requested a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1018. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burrows for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the underlying bill, 1018, was overwhelmingly passed by both bodies, and if I know that the bill attached by the body over the wall is a dangerous one that makes assumptions about trespassers on our land, and if I know that the attached bill would make it nearly impossible for law enforcement to distinguish between a hiker such as myself who often walks in the woods and an undocumented migrant, creating a danger to public safety, would I then would I then vote to non-concur?
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, would I like to uphold the House position on both pieces of this bill? Will I now vote yes to concur?
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1018. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murphy.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 190 voting nay. The motion fails.
Move to make a motion.
State your motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move non-concur and to create a committee of conference. I'm sorry. Just want non-concur on this. I'm sorry.
Okay. The motion is to non-concur.
And I request a division.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. John? The motion before us is to non-concur on House Bill 1018. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I am very much in support of the underlying House bill, will I now vote down this motion so that we can have a committee of conference and take out evidently the piece that you don't like? You never told me, but if you don't like it, I certainly will go to the committee of conference defending that position that we don't want that extra amendment in there. So please vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Burrows for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the underlying bill is a good bill, but that I know that the attached bill creates a danger to people who are simply walking in the woods, would I now vote yes on a motion to non-concur?
Motion before us is non-concur on House Bill 1018. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cannon.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend a state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 190 voting nay. Motion fails. Representative Hunt moves committee non-concur and go to committee of conference on House Bill 1018. And is recognized to speak.
Please vote yes. Let me stall so I can get some. I don't have a pen.
The motion before us is non-concur and request a committee of conference on House Bill 1018. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the committee of conference is passed. The chair appoints the following members: Representative Hunt, Representative Ammon, Representative Burrows, and Representative, is that Bouchard?
Representative Hunt. Oh, Bolio.
Oh. That certainly doesn't look like Bolio to me. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1129, relative to the authority to vote by proxy in a condominium association.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
The Senate rephrased one sentence. It didn't change anything, but it was better written. So, vote yes.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1129. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1144, relative to requirements for sewage disposal system information to be disclosed during real estate transactions.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
So we had a couple of sewage bills this year, and these are going to be in the real estate contract purchase sale agreement and clarifies what needs to be disclosed. And we like this changed.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1144. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1236, establishing a pilot recruitment and retention program within the Department of Health and Human Services and relative to the income eligibility for in and out medical assistance under the state Medicaid plan.
Representative Hunt moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I talked to a lot of people about this one, and Health and Human Services, and everybody seemed to be okay with this amendment, so I urge you to vote yes.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1236. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, I was informed that there has been a request for a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1236. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 175 voting nay, 194 voting nay. Motion to concur fails. What reason memorized?
I'd like to move non-concur and request a committee of conference.
Representative Weber moves that we non-concur and request the committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion to non-concur and request the committee of conference is adopted.
I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic.
The chair appoints Representative Hunt, Representative Ammon, Representative Burrows, and Representative Bolio on behalf of the House. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the amendments to the following entitled bills sent up from the House. Senate Bills 112, 134, 306, 349, 413, 419, 431, 447, 459, 485, Senate Bill 503, and 510.
Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1320, relative to real property and flood risk disclosure.
Representative Hunt moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
So this is a companion of the wetland issue, and urge you to support it.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1320. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message. Oh. Chair recognizes Representative Phillips for make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion,
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider having voted on the prevailing side of HB 1189 and urge the body to vote yes.
House Bill 1189. So we voted down the concur, and it was not concur, so it's 5 to 3.
House Bill 1189 is relative to the criteria for reporting child support delinquencies to federal agencies. The motion to concur failed, and the motion of non-concur passed 185 to 183.
Chair recognizes Representative Phillips to speak to her motion.
I simply made a mistake. I wasn't paying attention, I'll be honest, and I voted to non-concur when I should have voted against it. So please reconsider. Thank you.
The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 1189. A division has been requested. Members take their seats. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 1189. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 180 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion fails. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs in the passage with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1559, repealing the chapter relative to cash dispensing machines and relative to disability pensions for public safety employees who are victims of violence.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did check in with the chairman of ED&A, and she said this language was exactly what they passed, so they were okay with it. So I ask you to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1559 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I would like to, having voted on the prevailing side, I would like to make a motion to reconsider House Bill 185, and I would urge the body to vote yes.
The
House
motion
Bill
before
185 is relative to the determination of parental rights and responsibilities based on shared parenting and requiring all municipalities and school governing bodies to post on their official website the amount of funds received by the state either by allocation or grant. The motion to concur passed 191 to 171.
Motion before us is to reconsider in House Bill 185. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 185. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Montiel. Representative Harvey.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to vote. 178 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The motion fails. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1633 FNA, relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making the appropriations therefore.
Representative Hunt moves to concur, and then this is our speaking.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur. And the chair recognizes Representative Jared Sullivan.
Hello, fellow members, and oh boy, a lot of people going on. Hello, fellow members, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking here today in opposition to the concur motion to pass 1633 as amended by the Senate. HB 1633 is something that everybody in this body should be proud of. It's something that people on both sides of the aisle, many stakeholders, worked together to come up with compromise and acted in good faith. I myself worked with my friend from Derry multiple times, had multiple lunches, talking about different concerns as we worked through this bill throughout this process. This is a great example that this body can be proud of passing a strong bipartisan bill that was done in good faith to solve problems that the majority of the people in this state want solved. That's the type of government that we were hired and sent here to do. Unfortunately, the members on the other body decided to gut all of that good work and replace it with what is objectively a deeply flawed, profoundly bad bill when it comes to the goal of legalizing cannabis sales in New Hampshire. The benefits of legalization are many. We hear people talk about revenue increases, we hear about allowing people more freedom, civil liberties, but the most important one for me, standing here today, is to stop arresting people for things that, by and large, the majority in society no longer view as something particularly serious that need to ruin people's lives through arresting. While this does theoretically do that, it doesn't do it until 2026, which is kind of insane that we would sign a bill that then it doesn't do the most important part of it for over a year. We could come back next year and pass a bill that could do it 6 months earlier than if we pass this bill today. Second, if you're concerned about civil liberties, are you really comfortable with the idea of growing the Liquor Commission into a new police organization that could come into your home, because home grow is not allowed, and supervise what you're doing there and actually bust people who potentially have a few home grow plants going on? And it also criminalizes behavior that is currently legal in New Hampshire. Yes, let me say that again for those of you who didn't hear it the first time. There are behaviors in this state right now that are currently legal. For example, if you have a medical card and you consume a gummy and you are riding in a car, that is acceptable. That will become illegal under this new bill if it becomes law. This should concern everybody who is concerned about civil liberties, as I am. We can do better than this. Second, the second big thing is revenue and scope. I just talked about legalization, but this is a 36-page bill of which only a few lines talk about legalization. The rest of the language goes to the structure of how we're going to sell marijuana. And that structure is really bad, like really bad, honestly. It doesn't consider small businesses. It doesn't consider the businesses that are already operating under the medical system that we currently have. It will give a franchise model run by the state, which, despite what supporters say, does put the state at risk because it is still illegal federally. So if we have a different administration at the federal level that wants to crack down on marijuana sales, New Hampshire as a state will be at some level potentially liable. Being the franchisor, renting it out to franchisees, also puts the state at risk because think about it. If you go into McDonald's and something happens to you, you don't just sue that franchisee, you sue McDonald's as well. New Hampshire is the McDonald's in this scenario. They're not just the franchisees that are going to be at risk. I personally I've been up here and spoken, every time I've come up here, I've spoken on bills that are generally pro-free market, pro-free enterprise. This bill does the opposite. This expands government. It allows government to take full and entire control of an entire new industry, taking away the ability of free enterprise to allow for innovation in a new industry. Innovation is going to be key because we don't know what this is going to look like in 20 years from now. What I do know is that if the government is the one calling the shots and running it, they're not going to be the ones at the forefront of innovation. Because when is the government the one at the forefront of innovation? Like, I think the majority of us in here can agree. I urge everybody in this body who's concerned about this bill and who really does, in good faith, want to legalize cannabis consumption and sales in this state, to vote against this motion to concur, because we can do better and we should do better. And the idea that we can somehow fix this deeply, deeply flawed bill suggests that we acknowledge it's deeply, deeply flawed and we can somehow fix it next year, despite whoever's serving in the corner office or serving on the other side of this wall. If you can't pass a good bill next year, we probably are not going to be able to pass improvements to this deeply flawed bill. Please join me in voting against this motion to concur. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. So I don't think it's any secret in this room, but I am staunchly in favor of cannabis decriminalization. And I've held that position since a teenager. So in 40 some odd years, that position has not wavered for me. But this is not the New Hampshire solution. This bill is not what we're looking for. And what I hear from proponents is this drummed up sense of urgency that we have to do something. We have to do something now. If we don't do something now, then who knows when we're going to be able to do something? Well, who knows when we won't be able to do something? I do not subscribe to the premise that something is better than nothing. We have to do something. Doing something is better than doing nothing. Not in this case. Not in this case. In this case, doing something is worse than the status quo, and that's why I'm going to vote against the motion of concurrence on this bill. As the previous speaker said, this bill grows the New Hampshire government. And stop me if you've heard this one before, Mr. Speaker. Pass it today, and we'll fix it later.
I never hear anything.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've served in this body for 8 years. 8 years. How many things did we come back and fix later in the course of my 8 years of service? And I asked colleagues this morning, we're milling around, chit-chatting, fix it later. And nobody could give me an example of something that we fixed later. So fix later is for me, is a non-starter. It will not be fixed later. This sort of mirrors our spirits laws, our liquor laws. Our liquor laws were passed shortly after the repeal of Prohibition, and they've basically remained moribund since then. So what, 100 years, give or take? And so if we pass this today, you're looking at 100 years of this being law. I'm not looking forward to that. If I'm lucky enough to get reelected, I'm going to come in with a slew of piecemeal repeal bills that I don't think most of you want to spend time listening to the opponents as to why these are bad ideas to try and fix it, even though it won't get fixed. This bill is big pot. The only communications that I got in favor of this bill was from Big Pot. Big Pot loves this bill. And if I was Big Pot, I would love this bill too. But I'm not Big Pot, I'm Little Pot. And Little Pot is mom and pops. And there's no mom and pops in this. This is not free market. This is government monopoly. The government has been telling me, if you do that and I catch you, I will prosecute you, I will fine you, and I will try to throw you in jail. And now, all of a sudden, the state wants to be the pot dealer. For almost 8 years, from another section of this building, we've heard how legalized cannabis is not right for New Hampshire. It is not right for New Hampshire children. It is not right for New Hampshire families. It is not right for New Hampshire. Well, I disagree with that, except for the part for the children. All of a sudden, there's a change of heart over there in the corner of the building. It doesn't move me. That doesn't make this better. It doesn't give me a sense of urgency. So I ask you, again, to vote no. There's no homegrown in this. You want to hear the worst part, right? Is I know the vast majority of my constituents want legalized cannabis, and they want it in New Hampshire, and they want it sooner than later. But this is not the right solution for us. For that reason, I'm asking you to press the red button on concurrence so that a motion of non-concurrence can be made so that we can just dispose of this nonsense and move on with the business of the day and try again next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill accomplishes my major goals for cannabis legalization. I share many of the concerns others have voiced about the market it creates. However, the system it creates will either work and be better than driving to any of our neighbors, or I have confidence there will be the political will to fix it in a future term. But legalization will never be repealed once passed. Please join me in pressing the green button and make New Hampshire the 25th state to legalize weed and change the national discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Heath Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable representatives. Today I'm speaking against concurrence of HB 1633. And if you know me, that's kind of a surprise because I'm a big supporter of cannabis legalization, and I myself am also a medical patient. In fact, this cycle I submitted 5 pro-cannabis bills. However, the bill in front of us today is regarding cannabis legalization is extremely flawed and is not what's best for the people of New Hampshire because it throws medical patients, alternative treatment centers, and recreational users under the bus. Instead of building on the success of our state's successful therapeutic cannabis program, this bill would completely separate the two systems that would put our current system in serious jeopardy. In addition, to the potential harming of patients' ability to access adequate care, this bill also creates 2 new criminal penalties, one for second offense public smoking or vaping, and one for consuming in motor vehicles. Even if you're a passenger, we know that cannabis laws have been disproportionately enforced against marginalized communities, so we ought to recognize that these new criminal penalties would be disproportionately enforced as well. But let's focus for a moment on the alternative treatment centers and our therapeutic cannabis program. I've been to dispensaries in other New England states, and there's one huge difference between New Hampshire and the others. It is the educational services available at each dispensary in New Hampshire. In New Hampshire, you can walk right in and have a far more in-depth level of patient care that is not matched by other states. And you can easily see this by walking into any dispensary, as I said. Before you are even able to see cannabis, you are given several forms to assess each patient's needs, and there are always experts available for a one-on-one consultation. I've been to other states, and they don't have that. This provides not only great resources to new patients, but is a great harm reduction method as well, because we can actually educate patients and users as to how to properly use cannabis without creating a situation for abuse. The bill before us today envisions a franchise retail store that could sell therapeutic cannabis products to patients, but without anywhere near the same level of education, and with a 15% tax slapped up on top of that. This is insulting to patients like myself, who, if you go to other states, pay less or pay no tax on top of that. New Hampshire doesn't tax other medications, so why do we think it's okay to tax therapeutic cannabis? Are we trying to delegitimize the needs of real patients and eliminate incentives for people to register for the therapeutic cannabis program? We know other states that have had medical programs where they introduced recreational programs, that participation in the medical cannabis programs declined drastically. The same thing will happen here, especially if we don't exempt patients from the 15% tax. And we shouldn't be surprised if our medical dispensaries, our medical-only dispensaries, are forced to close their doors within a few years. This would be terrible for patients, and it certainly wouldn't be consistent with a harm reduction approach to legalization. Most states that legalize cannabis have seen fit to integrate their existing medical programs with adult use, improving access for patients while creating legal access for non-patients. Dual-use retail stores serve both types of customers and are common in other states, but they would be prohibited under this bill. Instead, the bill would give the same preference to any cannabis business, regardless of where they are coming from. So businesses that have been here in New Hampshire are not going to be considered as a major criteria for licensing. The other chamber removed that, and as a result, this current bill seems to be intended to exclude the alternative treatment centers from being able to become dual use or a recreational facility. I think we need to be focusing on keeping the existing companies who have been operating, employing, and serving Granite Staters for 7 years, a single retail license, which is all the ATCs have been asking for, and before giving away these licenses to big cannabis companies. DHHS has stated that the ATCs are an essential partner in providing care to the 15,000 plus patients currently in the program. These companies employ over 100 Granite Staters, and we should include them in the future of New Hampshire cannabis, not shut them out. Recreational consumers are also going to get a bad deal too, because New Hampshire is surrounded in all directions by states with flourishing cannabis markets. Does anybody really believe that this state-controlled franchise approach will serve consumers better than craft cannabis markets that have been developing in other states? Our state, as I said, would have a higher tax rate than all of our neighbors, which is the exact opposite strategy that we use for our liquor stores. These stores likely won't open for years, and we will likely be unable to expand it from the 15 locations, meaning that we will be limited. People are going to continue using out-of-state dispensaries to purchase or purchase on the black market because it's cheaper and it's closer to home. Finally, I think we need to seriously consider the possibility that this bill will create an unworkable boondoggle. No state has ever legally involved itself in the cannabis industry before, so the franchise model is legally risky and could expose our state to unforeseen liabilities. Also, the other chamber added a new Cannabis Control Commission that could easily become a roadblock to implementation. This new commission would not actually regulate cannabis, but it would have veto authority over all rules. And the Liquor Commission could not present rules to JAILCAR for approval unless the rules were first approved by the Cannabis Control Commission. So who would be on this commission? Unlike the House's balanced advisory board, the commission appears likely stacked with opponents of legalization. Only one of the 13 members would actually represent the cannabis industry. And the commission would also include the president of the Police Chiefs Association, the current commissioner of the Commissioner of Agriculture, who strongly opposes legalization, and other likely opponents. How can the Liquor Commission expect to create a viable market if opponents of legalization are able to block the rulemaking process? Even the advocates for concurrence admit the bill is seriously flawed. They say we need to pass it now and fix it in the future. Well, if we do pass it, I think we are going to be creating a lot of problems. So many that many not be possible for us to fix in the future. Instead of rushing to pass a bill that we all know is flawed, a bill that would not even eliminate possession penalties until 2026, let's reject this amendment and insist on making better policies for our constituents. We will only get one chance to create a well-regulated market for adult-use cannabis, and it's important we get it right. Mr. Speaker, this bill is inconsistent with New Hampshire values. We cannot afford to ignore these important policy details in our rush to do something. Yes, our constituents want legalization, and so do I. But as representatives, I believe we have an obligation to insist on better policies. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do have a prepared speech, but I feel really compelled to respond to what was just said. The ATCs are absolutely, totally unaffected by this legislation, and as a matter of fact, the reason they're unaffected is because they pay no tax. Do you really think we should have a location where some people pay taxes and some don't? If that is what the ATCs want, they could certainly convert and be a full franchise. There was nothing in here that stops them from continuing as they are now. Tax-free. This commission was what was requested by those who were opposed to this legislation. Who are they? Well, New Futures and the Chief of Police. But the funny thing is, if you ask New Futures and Chief of Police about this amendment that's coming over, they're going to tell you they could never get anything better than this. So you could say, well, if the opposition likes it, this can't be good. That's the whole point of what the Senate did. The Senate made this bill the ugliest, most government intrusive, most overregulated marijuana statute they could mend at the midnight hour for one singular purpose: for you to vote no. If you vote no, they won. They got what they wanted, was to kill this bill, to kill cannabis. They're just dreaming of the day when cannabis will not be passed for 2, 4, 5. Who knows if it'll ever be passed? As long as the Senate knows that they can just throw all kinds of crap into a bill and we're going to vote no. That is the number one reason why you must vote today. And you must vote yes. Because we are not going to get caught in that ploy. We are going to get marijuana off the block. We've got to get it going. The reality is, it's going to take 2 years. 2 years even before the first bud is sold in this state. We'll have 2, not 1, 2 legislative sessions. Plenty of opportunities to work on this piece of, well, I don't want to call it what it is, but let's call it a enabling legislation for us to begin the conversation on how we are going to allow cannabis to be sold in this state. Now, to the question of let's fix it later, I've never heard of that. Well, why don't you come and visit the Commerce Committee? The Commerce Committee has been fixing the liquor law every single session. We had direct shipping, we have self-distribute. This year, we're dealing with the homegrown issue. This year, we're passing legislation that enables everyone to self-distill. That's something new. If you want to grow homegrown, there is nothing in this bill that says you can't grow homegrown. Unfortunately, when it comes to these type of laws, these are what we call mother may I laws. It seems like if you don't say you can do it, that means you can't do it. But I can assure you that the Liquor Commission never arrested anybody for distilling in New Hampshire. And the Liquor Commission is never going to go to anybody's home. That is not their job. Their job is to look at the licensees. That's their job. They're not going after New Hampshire citizens. So yes, if you want to grow at home, have at it. Nobody's stopping you. Local police might do that. But we can get rid of that if you pass this bill now. This bill removes decriminalization. It creates decriminalization. It begins the process of annulment. It gets where we all want to be. The time is now to vote yes. So, to end, I heard on the news, or reading the news this week, that more Americans, seemingly, want to have a gummy before they go to bed than having a nightcap. Now, isn't that a good thing? Please vote yes.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1633. Senator Sweeney has asked for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion, House will be in order. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1633. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burrows for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the amended bill before us bears very little resemblance to the very good bill that this bill passed by a wide margin in the House, and if I know that this bill does not take effect until January of 2026 and will continue to encourage the conga line of cars that are heading out of state to buy products, leaving as much as $60 million off the table that could be coming to us in the state of New Hampshire in revenue, and risking having dangerous products appear on the market and continuing criminalization of those who use cannabis. And if I know that the belief that this new version of the cannabis bill can simply be fixed next term is a fallacy, and though I agree with my esteemed colleague from the castle down yonder that Commerce is an incredible committee and we do work on a partisan basis, I do not feel that this is fixable next term. And I also agree with my esteemed colleague that a gummy before going to bed would be better than a drink, because I only drink on legislative days. Would I still vote to non-concur with this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the Commerce Committee can be a lot of fun. Mr. Speaker, if I want to get the cannabis cultivators, who are licensees under whatever bill we create, if I want to get them cultivating now, not 5 years from now where we won't have marijuana for 7 years. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that passing this vote today, we will finally begin the clock to have decriminalization and annulment and repair of the mistake of the marijuana laws, would I now vote yes on the pending motion?
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1633. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harvey. Representative Harvey, I need a thumb, please.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 117 voting yea, 252 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Richards declared a conflict of interest and did not vote. For what reason does the member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
Non-concur.
The motion before us now is to non-concur on House Bill 1633. A division has been called for. Everybody still should be in their seats. The motion before us is to non-concur on House Bill 1633. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gallagher.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 173 voting nay, 196 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Move to form a committee of conference.
The motion before us now is to non-concur and form a committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in division has been requested. Members should be in their seats. I don't think we lost anybody. Motion before us is to non-concur and form a committee of conference. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
How are you voting? Are you voting green? I have to vote for you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 261 voting yea, 108 voting nay. The motion passes. Chair recognizes. On behalf of the House, the chair recognizes Representative Hunt, Ammon, Burrows, and Bolio to the committee of conference. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House on the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1649, relative to prohibiting certain products with intentionally added PFAS and relative to civil actions for PFAS contamination and relative to settlement of lawsuits against manufacturers of PFAS for impacts to public drinking water systems.
Representative Hunt moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Okay, this is the last one. So in this particular bill, which is obviously controversial, PFAS, but I think it's been a real showing of our bipartisan work to get this right. The Senate did kind of loosen up on the definition a little bit, but I talked to the sponsor and she was okay with it. And so at least now we do have something on the books that we'll at least have a process. I would say for everybody who's wondering where it came from, this is modeled after the mercury when we started regulating mercury in the state of New Hampshire. So please vote yes.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1649 FN. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1649 FN. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 340 voting yea, 28 voting nay. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 135, relative to requisites for a criminal search warrant.
Representative Roy moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the language that the House originally adopted was taken directly from the federal statute that was implemented by the Biden administration. We passed that unanimously on the consent calendar. Then the friends over there made an amendment to this, and what they did was they added that in order for a no-knock warrant, although they would not be completely outlawed, they will be greatly restricted. An officer has to be in complete uniform. They have to use, they have to be very verbal and let the people know that they are actually there to do that. And additionally, if there is reason to believe that an officer is going to be physically injured or harmed, then in order to not have to go through these other prerequisites, they actually have to have permission from the judicial branch and from the chief of police, excuse me. And we would ask that you vote to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 135 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 593, establishing a committee to study the process for forfeiture of items used in connection with drug offenses.
Representative Rhodes moves we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this bill originally came to our committee, myself and I think everybody else that was there that day thought that we actually were handed a published novel. And we were all a little bit confused, a little bit overwhelmed what we were looking at. And after we thought maybe it would be best to interim study this particular bill, we thought that that actually wasn't very fair, that we really didn't understand all of the content. It was very overwhelming. And fortunately for us, we had the opportunity to have the Honorable Retired Supreme Court Justice with us there that day, who ended up doing a lot of our work. So upon further discussion, we decided to basically make this into a study committee with the understanding that I will not be on that study committee, Mr. Speaker. And additionally, the changes that were made is basically making this a House study committee only. There won't be anybody else on there except House members, and we would ask that you please concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 593 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 596, prohibiting the use of racial profiling in law enforcement activities and in sentencing.
Representative Roy moves that we concur. Recognize Representative Rhodes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is another bill that we passed on the consent calendar that we worked in our committee to get the language correct. And the change that was made is because New Hampshire does not have a requirement for self-identification, that if there is an investigation, that during that investigation, that the officers involved are able to actually use physical characteristics in their descriptions when they're discussing that. And there was also, the annual report is going to be due on November of 2024.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 596 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 653, relative to providing additional duties to the Interbranch Criminal and Juvenile Justice Council.
Representative Roy moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
I believe I might have been set up. I believe this is the bill where we requested that members be assigned to a juvenile justice study committee, and there was really nothing substantially added to that other than membership, and I would ask that you concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 653 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1186, relative to firearm purchasers' privacy.
Representative Roy moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to oppose the request of the other body to concur with HB 1186. The bill would require our Attorney General to pursue legal action against financial institutions and credit card companies who allow a merchant code for firearms and ammunition purchases to be used in New Hampshire. As amended by the other body, it would also allow the Attorney General to pursue legal action against gun dealers who use these codes. Industry-specific merchant category codes, or MCCs, are four-digit numbers set up by the International Standards Organization that identify the primary purpose of a business. These codes are in widespread use for other types of purchases, ranging from restaurant meals to toys to snowmobile dealers to gasoline. In addition to helping determine the eligibility of a purchase for rewards programs, these codes are integrated into algorithms that are used to flag credit card purchases that may be fraudulent. The gun and ammunition store code in question allows banks and credit card companies to develop rules-based transaction monitoring systems without drastically altering their internal systems for coding and processing transactions. What bringing gun and ammunition retailers into the payment system would do is pretty simple. It would allow banks that provide services to firearm merchants and payment options to consumers to more accurately detect fraud and suspicious activity and to report it to law enforcement for follow-up investigation and intervention. As someone who's had his credit card information stolen multiple times over the years, I don't consider things that banks and credit card companies do to detect fraud and suspicious activity to be a violation of my privacy. What I do consider them to be is an essential part of their responsibility to help me avoid being the victim of a crime. Something else that's worth noting is that these codes, all they do is really list the category that the purchase falls into. So in the case of the Firearms Merchants Code, all it will tell you is that something was purchased from a merchant who was assigned this code. It won't tell you how many guns, what type of guns, how long you've wanted to own that particular gun, or how much ammunition you purchased. It also won't tell you if the gun was new or used, or if it was an AR-15 or a Derringer. The bottom line is that if this is a gun registry, which supporters of the bill claim, it would be the most useless gun registry ever. The bill is not about protecting privacy. It's about protecting the entitlement of an entire industry to operate without a trace of accountability for any form of public safety. This is a bill that will make it easier for gun traffickers, potential mass shooters, illegal straw purchasers, and criminals who fraudulently run up charges on other people's credit cards to commit crimes. It is also a bill that the Department of Justice tells us will require an additional part-time investigator and a part-time attorney to implement at a cost of approximately $90,000 a year. Please vote no on the motion to concur by pressing the red button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am really sorry that my friend from Portsmouth's credit card information was stolen, but I can guarantee you it wasn't for purchasing a firearm. I would point out that this is not about firearms only. Think about this for a second. They're not doing this to track fishing rods. They're not doing it to track tents. They're not doing it to track cars, bicycles, basketballs, only firearms. Now, we just got into a little thing here about marijuana. Now, what if the federal government started putting a code on your purchases for marijuana? What if they started putting codes on other things that the federal government decided they didn't like, and they could track who purchased it and who had it? A lot of bad things can happen with that. If you happen to have a CDL license and you drive a truck and you go out and you purchase our legal marijuana, guess what? That little code can lead back to your CDL license being revoked. And that goes on for many, many things. This is about firearms. Yet first, my friend said, well, it's really about credit card safety, but then he went on to say it's about public safety. Which is it? It's not about that. It's about the federal government tracking what we do on a microscopic level. And we, at a state where we very rarely have control over things like this, have an opportunity to say no, not in New Hampshire. I would ask you to concur. Thank you.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1186. A division has, Senator Houle asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1186. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill is not about protecting privacy, and if I know it definitely not about protecting public safety, and will only increase the risk of gun trafficking, mass shooting, and fraudulent use of credit cards in our state, then would I press the red button so another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know it's not about public safety, and I know it's not about business safety, I don't know. I would suggest that it is about, yes, the government not tracking what we purchase. And I would suggest that you vote with me and concur. Thank you.
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1186. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Richard Brown.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 179 voting nay. The motion is... Chair recognizes the clerk for a report.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled bills: House Bills 182, 370, 1109, and 1160, and Senate Bills 329, 377, 424, 430, 443, 498, 546, 573, 587, 597, and 599.
The House will be in recess for lunch for 1 hour. Be back here right at 1 o'clock. We still got a lot of work to do. Clerk for Senate messages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in their amendments sent up to the following bills: Senate Bill 476 and Senate Bill 532. And, Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in their amendments to the following entitled bills sent up from the House: Senate Bills 137, 236, 310, 311, 318, 324, 327, 331, 337, 338, 352, 355, 369, 372, 378, 383, 388, 391, 393, 402, 403, 404, 406, 409, 433, 435, 441, 449, 451, 455, 463, 473, 497, 502, 508, 528, 539, 542, 544, 545, 547, 556, 559, 572, 585, 591, 592, 595, 600, 603, and 604.
Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1014, relative to instruction in government and civics, including information on election laws and voting, and requiring certain educational institutions and local government to use a holiday statutorily designated title in official communications, publications, and documents.
Representative Ladd moves concurrence and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Senate for sending us another boatload of bills. HB 1014 bill to require that schools, colleges, universities, and all local government agencies use a holiday statutory designation title in official communications, publications, and documents. Urge you to concur.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. All right, the motion before us is concurrence on House Bill 1014. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the original House Bill 1014 bill focused on educating students about elections, voting, and voter registration, and if I know the body on the other side of the wall added language dealing with designated holidays that is totally irrelevant to the bill, if I know that this change would create an unfunded mandate by requiring the updating of all official communication from all municipalities, schools, and other government agencies to modify their websites, newsletters, calendars, and any communications regarding holiday naming. And lastly, if I know that this change in House Bill 1014 is not necessary, would I vote no on the concur motion so another better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know New Hampshire law currently names and identifies 10 holidays in this state: Martin Luther King Day, Civil Rights Day, Washington's birthday, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day. And if I further know, HB 1014, as amended, reinforces the point that these holidays have so been designated by the state, and that it's unacceptable for any institution or local government to place itself above the law by designating or replacing a statutory holiday or name with another name. Would I then support the recommendation to concur by pressing the green button?
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1014. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cordelli.
Well, all members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 171 voting nay. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1107, relative to public school curriculum frameworks.
Representative Ladd moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know 1107, as modified by the Senate, made only one change to it. The bill is about curriculum frameworks, and the curriculum frameworks shall contain the academic standards for each subject area. In their wisdom, the Senate did contribute something that's beneficial to us, where this review of these curriculum frameworks must be done every 10 years. We're now sitting with frameworks that are back to 2002, 2003, with no updates since. So I recommend concurrence here.
The motion before us is concurrence on House Bill 1107. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1165, relative to procedures for school facilities under the Department of Education.
Representative Ladd moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1165 is a bill dealing with the Public School Infrastructure Commission. And that's a commission which we appropriate each biennium monies for security, safety, access, egress, everything from these schools to keep them safe. What the Senate did in the amending change is also requiring the recommendations that come from that commission. In the past, we've had to get approval from both fiscal and from the Governor's Council. They eliminated the Governor's Council, which is advantageous to getting these things done quickly, so in the summertime we can get these projects out to the contractors to get going. So it'll save us a couple weeks during the summer not having to wait for a Governor's Council to say yes, and they've never said no to any of the recommendations. So I ask for concurrence.
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1165. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate motion.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1305, relative to freedom of speech and association of public institutions of higher education.
Representative Ladd moves that we concur on House Bill 1305. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Roll call has been requested by Representative Popovici-Mueller. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1305. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the bill would mandate our state universities and community colleges to sponsor student groups that discriminate against others to the very same extent that these organizations sponsor other student groups. And if I know recently what began as peaceful demonstrations on college campuses across the country escalated and interfered with classes and even commencement, but not at our state colleges and universities. And if I know that our current free speech policies are among the best in the country and help ensure a safe and productive environment for students and families, then would I press the red button and oppose this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that freedom of speech is a core tenet to our republic and that no student should lose their right to freedom of speech when they enter a campus, then would I vote to concur with the legislation before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1305. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 201 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The motion. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1579, relative to the merging of school administrative units.
Representative Ladd moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. HB 1579 is a bill that encourages SAUs to merge their administrative services. What this bill does, it extends the time in which to do it from 2026 to 2030. So it jumps the time the receive these dollars to merge by 4 years, gives mergers that time to take place. I urge you to concur.
The motion before us is concur on House Bill 1579 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1655, including in the Commissioner of the Department of Education's rulemaking authority, the authority to make rules regarding collection of fees for criminal background check processing.
Representative Ladd and Janesian move that we concur, and Representative Ladd is recognized to speak.
HB 1655 is recommended from both committees. It's a very simple change which the Senate has made in giving the Commissioner the authority to charge for these fees. They've changed the language from, quote, for the processing of criminal history record checks to for the processing of criminal history record check clearances. We recommend concurrence.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1655. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 115, relative to changing the date of the state primary election.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, so here we are again. Those who want a June primary are definitely persistent. We have already voted down a June primary on the second Tuesday twice, once in January and once in May. And now we need to vote down the third Tuesday in June, changing the date by 1 week in order to avoid the indefinite postponement vote on May 2nd. Makes no difference to those of us who voted against a June primary. June is June. We want August. Let me remind you why we have overwhelmingly killed a June primary twice this year. It means year-long campaigning for our constituents to endure, and frankly, for us to endure. We start in January with the town offices. You register, you run for 3 months. Then in March, if you're going to be a state rep or a state senator, you have to register and then run for that office too. When you're done in June, which means that we would all be campaigning right now, when you're done in June, then you get to campaign to November. Frankly, I'm glad I live in a city and not a town because we vote in different years. But we will have both constituent and candidate fatigue. If anything, it may discourage people from running for state representative. Also, this will increase campaign costs. Longer time to campaign means you're going to be spending more money, making it even more expensive to run for state rep than it is now. Again, this House has spoken twice on this issue. Let the body on the other side of the wall know that we are determined. So please send them a message for the third time that we do not want a June primary, no matter which Tuesday in June it is. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I wanted to request a division vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard all these arguments, and I'm not going to rehash it. Yeah, so now it's a different day in June. That's what's before you. But I do want to address one thing. I think we campaign differently. So when we're not in campaign mode, I still go in my district and take care of local issues. I still go to a select board meeting when I'm asked to. I just handled an issue with a bridge in my town. I go places. I experience what the people experience. I don't have to wait until July to do that. I know that in my district, the best subs are, of course, at Coronas Market. Often imitated, never equaled. If you don't know that, you're going to have trouble running in Newport, and you don't have to wait till July to go there. I know which of the two pizza places in that town you go to if you want the pizza or the calzone. I go to veterans events. I don't ever stop doing those things because I don't ever stop being the representative. It doesn't cost a lot of money. That's how I do it. I don't know what you guys are spending on, but if you're blowing thousands of dollars on mailers, maybe just get out a little more. So anyway, I hope you can support the motion to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 115. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 115. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 115 came from this body with a 70% vote for the primary to be in August, and should be law now, and if I know that we indefinitely postponed SB 380, and this amended bill is only about one word different from that bill. And if I know that I believe in states' rights, and as such, we should not be mandated by a national organization of what they want. And if I know that the current law does not benefit incumbents, if so, then why aren't Republicans still in Congress like they were? And if I know that a June primary will only benefit persons that have the most money for 5 months of TV ads instead of just 2. So just remember what we did with SB 380 and do the same with this identical bill. Vote red so we can non-concur. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 70% of this body is in favor of moving our state primary earlier in the year, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that we in this body are in favor of early August and the body on the other side of the wall is in favor of early June, and that this compromise amendment is in between the two dates, would I now press the green button to concur and do what 70% of this body wants, which is move the state primary sooner? Thank you very much.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 115. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rich.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to vote. 159 voting yea, 202 voting nay. The motion fails.
Yeah, you got it.
For what reason does the member rise?
I would move non-concur, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us to non-concur on House Bill 115. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion of non-concur is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 243, requiring the tabulation of votes in elections to be done in public.
Representative Steve Smith moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no significant changes from the other side of the wall. They changed our language, long report tapes, to printed results from the voting machine. Probably better off, I don't know how long is long, and hand counting to hand counts. That's it. So I urge the body to concur.
The motion before us to concur on House Bill 243. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1098, relative to ballots delivered to elder care facility. Steve Smith moves we concur. He's recognized to speak. Then there's a division of the PIs.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we concur on House Bill 1098 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The change from the mystical land beyond replaces shall ensure with shall ensure to the extent possible. That seems reasonable. I urge the body to concur.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1098. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ward for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this well-meaning but unnecessary bill has now been rendered completely unacceptable to our hardworking city and town clerks by the amendment from the other body requiring their insertion and active participation into the absentee ballot voting process for nursing home and elder care residents at a completely inappropriate, granular, time-consuming level that is inconsistent with their position and duties and actually places them in potential jeopardy. And if I know all that, would I then press the red button to overturn this motion so that a more proper motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that activities regarding voting are already going on in these facilities and people there have volunteered to do them, Mr. Speaker, if I know whether it's hard or not, it's important to ensure that these activities that they're already doing are conducted in a fair and appropriate manner. Then would I press the green button to concur?
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1098. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have the opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 182 voting yea, 181 voting nay, and the Speaker did vote. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1126, relative to candidate requests for absentee ballot information.
Representative Stephen Smith moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The extent of the change to this bill is the word absentee ballot is changed to absentee ballot envelope. For the purposes of the bill, it's the same thing. Please concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1126. Are you ready? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1150, relative to advertising rates for political advertising.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the amendment, the ad rate filing requirement that was contained in the bill is still removed, so getting that burden off of people. One thing we wanted we didn't get was a requirement to mark political ad on political ads. They restored the requirement to do that. We got half of what we asked for. I don't believe that our position would improve at a committee or conference, so I ask you to concur.
The motion before us is concur in House Bill 1150. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1310, relative to meetings of supervisors of the checklist.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the only change is that we had an exemption from public notice of reconvened and adjourned meetings, and that came out. The rest of it is fine. So close enough. I urge the body to concur.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1310. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ward for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill requires meetings of the supervisors of the checklist to occur every 90 days, a mandate that somehow is redundant on the one hand and unneeded on the other, because if I also know that in most cities the supervisors and registrars already meet more than that, at least once a month in my city, but if I also know that in many towns there is absolutely no need to meet so often given the small voter pool, and thus this bill places an unnecessary burden on those public servants, and if I know in addition that the supervisors are already required by law to meet at several important times dictated by the election calendar and also at the request of the Secretary of State, would I then press the red button to overturn this attempt at micromanagement that in truth serves no useful purpose? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, as passed by the House, ensures that supervisors of the checklist meet on a regular basis to keep the checklist up to date, but that it also included an exemption from public notice if reconvening an already adjourned meeting of the supervisor of the checklist, and that the only difference between the position of the House and the position of the Senate is that the Senate removed that exemption from public notice for reconvening an adjourned meeting. And furthermore, if I know that in the interest of transparency and public knowledge of when meetings of the supervisors of the checklist occurred, that this is a reasonable change on the part of the Senate, would I then press the green button to vote yes and concur with the Senate, with the other body's changes? Thank you.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1310. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 183 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 494, renaming the Agricultural Product and Scale Testing Fund the Agricultural Products Regulatory Fund.
Representatives Aaron and Janetian move the House concur, and
Representative Aaron and Janetian move that we concur. The chair recognizes Representative Aaron to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone. The other body made a very simple change to this housekeeping bill, changed the effective date from July 1st, 2024 to July 1st, 2025. So we recommend concurrence on this bill. Thank you.
The motion before us to concur on House Bill 494FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1221, relative to including solid waste landfills in the definition of development of regional impact.
Representative Aaron moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. So the other body removed the provision in this bill for our Secretary of State to contact another state's Secretary of State if there were a project such as a landfill in causing some sort of regional impact. And so that provision was removed, and our committee was okay with that removal. So we recommend concur on this bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1221. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1626, relative to the repeal of certain designated funds and relative to the apportionment of dog license fees.
Representative Aaron and move that we concur, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. So with this bill, we have a statute for animal population control. And in that provision, we allow currently, or the bill had specified 80% of the cost of neuter and spay for folks who are unable to pay or were on Medicaid or were below poverty level and so forth, that the veterinarian would be getting reimbursed 80% from the state fund, and the other body changed that to be 100% reimbursement to the veterinarian for performing that procedure. And our committee accepted that change, and we recommend concurrence on this bill. Thank you.
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1626 FNA. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 274, relative to the administrative rulemaking process.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 274 is a measure to improve the visibility and the notices for the rulemaking process. The Senate made essentially two changes. First, they defined stakeholders a great deal better than the House was able to. And secondly, they said that if a person aggrieved by a rule sues and it is found that the rule is not applicable, the House had said that their legal fees shall be paid. The Senate changed that to may, allowing some discretion for the judges. The committee feels those are minor changes and acceptable to us, and we hope you will agree.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 274. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1057, relative to provisional licenses for new applicants for state emergency medical services licensure.
Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows an EMT to get a provisional license and work while their criminal records check is being processed. The Senate amendment added some reasonable precautions for supervision during that period, which the House thought was the normal process and didn't feel the need to specify, but we have no objection to it. I hope you will agree.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1057. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1059, relative to the state building code.
Senator Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate merely changed the date of the Building Code Review Board amendments that are approved by this bill. It supports the House position that the Energy Code update is not included and it's purely a housekeeping measure. I hope you will concur.
Motion before us to concur on. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1059. There has been a request for a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1059. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Montiel. Representative Alessandra Murray.
All members present have the opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 319 voting aye, 43 voting nay. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1095, relative to the administrative of occupational boards by the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Good morning. This is House Bill 1095 is a lot of cleanup of a large number of licensing statutes that nobody else knows because it all passed the House on consent a couple of times. The Senate made two significant changes. One, they made sure that if you're being licensed as a journeyman or a master electrician, in addition to the test and the apprenticeship, you also have to have a minimum amount of classroom time, which is included in all of the programs we know about, so we don't have any problem with that. It also simplified the process of applying for a master's licensed alcohol and drug counselor application, and it would say that if you are determined not to be qualified for that license, they will grant you a licensed alcohol and drug counselor license, which is the step below, without further fee, and the committee feels that's perfectly reasonable. I hope you will concur.
Motion before us to concur in House Bill 1095. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1222, relative to the physician assistant scope of practice and establishing a committee to research physician assistant scope of practice.
Representative McGuire moves that the House concur. Representative Simon will speak in favor, then Tejas, then McGuire. You're going to be up second.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table this bill.
Okay, that is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1222.
May I make a PI?
Just a minute.
Do I do a PI?
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Not yet, just a minute. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1222. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Talese for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that physician assistants are important and valued members of healthcare teams whose current training does not prepare them for independent practice, even with 8,000 hours of unsupervised collaborative practice, and that this bill fails to address key dimensions for quality and safety, specifically determination of competence and scope of practice. And if I know that HB 1222 needs further work and should not be rushed, as this is a complex issue that requires thoughtful study, then would I now press the green button to table this bill? And I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Grody for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the committee exhaustively reviewed this bill, we had subcommittee hearings, and we discussed it thoroughly, and we voted, and we presented a House floor amendment that led to a voice vote that passed this House, and if I know that the Senate added further restrictions to physician assistants in their amendment that we want to concur with, would I not table and vote red? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1222. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open in 30 seconds.
Representative Lovett. Representative Smart.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 44 voting nay, 317 voting nay. The motion favors. Backdate. Concur. We're now back to the motion to concur. The chair recognizes Representative Simon. Representative Simon is waived off. The chair recognizes Representative Talese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Physician assistants are important and valued members of healthcare teams across the state and have provided excellent care to my family. An independent practice is an understandable good goal, and HB 1222 needs further work. It should not be rushed through. I'm a trained health services researcher and have spent my whole professional life working to increase access to and quality of healthcare, especially for the most vulnerable and underserved. Thus, I understand the motivation for this bill to address workforce shortages in our state. However, this bill needs further work and should not be rushed. This is a complex issue, and this bill fails to address quality and safety issues related to competence and scope of practice. To contrast, physicians, MDs and DOs, and nurse practitioners must demonstrate competence within a scope of practice prior to practicing independently. Physician assistants who have significantly less training should be held to the same standard for assuring competence. As it stands, this bill essentially grants special status to physician assistants, first by not requiring them to demonstrate competence with a certification exam and assessment process after completing the proposed 8,000 hours of unsupervised practice, and second, by not delineating a scope of practice, meaning someone who completed 8,000 hours, such as in urgent care, could open a practice in a different area, such as neurology or surgery or primary care. Thus, this issue merits thoughtful study. Independent practice is very complicated and must be appropriately studied before expanding independent practice, so we can take the necessary time to understand all the implications and make sure we get it right. I urge you to vote against concurrence, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I waved off, and here I am back again. I'm hoping that the tabling motion vote is what we're basically looking at. I don't want to take up too much time on this particular bill. But the Senate amendment adds an 8,000-hour requirement so that they'll have to put in 8,000 hours of practice before they can ask for a waiver from the Board of Medicine to practice independently. Whatever they're going to be practicing, the Board of Medicine is going to have to approve that. So it's not like it's a free-for-all. They do their 8,000 hours and then they can just practice independently. They will have to ask for a waiver from the Board of Medicine. The Board of Medicine is going to have to look at each individual person who's applying for that waiver, review their credentials, whether or not they are qualified to work independently, and then approve it. What we have right now is just a collaboration agreement that every physician's assistant has to sign with a physician in order to practice. Many times those physicians are nowhere in the building. They may not even be in the state. It's a piece of paper that's signed. I have a physician assistant who's been practicing for over 20 years in Littleton who has to pay $20,000 a year for that signed piece of paper. $20,000 in order to have that. We have doctors who are now opening up businesses just to sign these collaboration agreements because there's so much money in it. And so for those reasons, I would ask that you would allow physician's assistants to work within the scope as determined by the Board of Medicine, and please concur with this. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur in House Bill 1222. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1222. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 325 voting yea, 36 voting nay. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1307, providing a supplemental appropriation for members of the retirement system receiving an accidental disability retirement allowance.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made some minor formatting changes to this bill, which we have no problem with, and they moved the payment from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25, which, considering how much of fiscal year 24 we have left, gives them a little more time to get their work done, and we support it and hope you will.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1307 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1328, relative to public safety providers defined as essential services.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate again did some wording changes. The most important part was that they made sure that volunteer first responders, such as the firefighters we have in most of our towns, are also counted as essential services. The committee agrees with that that clarification and hopes you will as well.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1328. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1352, relative to firefighting personal protective equipment.
Senator Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Senate did some minor wordsmithing, and they also simplified the definition of what is to be banned so that it would have less effect on the local fire departments. It fully meets the intent of the bill, and we hope you will support these changes.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1352. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1385, relative to establishing a veteran licensing acceleration program and making an appropriation therefor.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Senate made some minor changes. They changed the chapter heading to agree with the new effort. And the sponsor and the ED&A committee both agree that it supports the intent of the bill, and we hope you will support it also.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1385FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1410, relative to certain professional licenses and relative to the Board of Optometry and the regulation of optometry.
Representative McGuire moves that we concur. Representative Nagel is going to try to table it.
Representative McGuire moves that we concur. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
The House will be in order. State your motion.
To table House Bill 1410.
The motion is to table House Bill 1410. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table. The House will be in order. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1410. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Nagel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know everything that I knew when I made the motion on Senate Bill 440, which we discussed 2 weeks ago, a motion that passed 224 to 137, which is now present in House Bill 1420, and if I know that the current bill before us is lacking in subjective, legislative, or stakeholder review, and if I know that this bill, beyond suggesting who has the right to perform eye surgery, has the unintended consequence of creating a paradigm shift in who can perform surgery of any type, an effect that has not been discussed or considered. Finally, that may be why I know that legislation allowing optometrists to practice surgery, such as we are discussing now, has failed 112 times since 2012, and no state in the Northeast allows it. Then I would press the green button to join West Virginia, Missouri, Kansas, Utah, Idaho, California, Vermont, Minnesota, and Nebraska, who have all rejected such legislation this year. And please table this motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the underlying bill of HB 410 was a House-passed bill that we do care about in the House of Representatives, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know today our job is to concur, non-concur, or form committees of conferences, would I now press the red button to keep this bill from our overflowing table and have a proper debate and vote on the actual motions at hand? Thank you very much.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1410. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Waring.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 170 voting nay. H. Bill 1410 is laid on the table. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1413, relative to mental health supervision agreements and relative to establishing a committee to study increasing access to and accountability for mental health services.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur on House Bill 1413. Are you ready for the question? And recognize this, I recognize Representative Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On House Bill 1413, the Senate added a study committee on barriers to mental health access. Now, normally I'm not a fan of study committees, and I'm very glad that this one does not include a mandatory member from ED&A. But when we were hearing this bill, we found out that the statutes were being read differently by different people, that what the insurance companies interpreted wasn't always what the board interpreted and what the professionals interpreted. So I think this is an area that could actually use some study, and I hope that you'll agree. And they made no changes to the rest of the bill, just added the study committee.
Motion before us is to concur in House Bill 1413. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1456, relative to the appointment and removal of the members of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals and Housing Appeals Board.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other than some minor language changes, the main difference that the Senate made to this bill was to extend the terms of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals to 5 years, which they used to be, rather than the current 3 years. That's something we discussed in committee, but I have to say nobody thought it was important enough to actually write an amendment, so we didn't pass it. The Senate thought differently, but we can't argue with that position, and I hope you will support it also.
The question before the House is the motion to concur on 1456. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. And the motion's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1474, relative to the Commission on Native American Affairs.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House bill made a number of changes to the membership of this commission and expanded their scope a bit and fixed the quorum because the commission has been unable to meet effectively for years because they haven't been able to get a proper quorum. There aren't enough members appointed and in place to have a meeting. So the Senate, instead of just killing this bill, which was their first choice, decided to remove everything except the quorum fix. So all this bill does now is give this commission an effective quorum so they can do their business. And I hope you will agree that was the main point of the bill, and we hope you will support it.
The Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1474. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1526, relative to a conditional veterinary license for graduates of a non-AVMA accredited colleges of veterinary medicine.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Senate made a number of wording and formatting changes, but the main intent of their amendment is to ensure that these foreign veterinarians, while they are working to get their license and under this provisional license, will have direct supervision of a licensed veterinarian who will verify their immigration and employment status. We think that is a reasonable restriction, and we hope you will support it.
The question is on the motion to concur on House Bill 1526. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1647, relative to the calculation of Group 2 retirement benefits in the retirement system.
Representatives McGuire and Weiler move that the House concur. Representative McGuire is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was to restore Group 2, that is firefighters and police, who were employed but not vested in 2011, to the previous state of retirement benefits. The Senate tweaked it quite drastically to space it out and not apply to new hires. But they also cut the cost in half, down to $26 million. And the chairman of the Finance Committee and others I've spoken to agree with me that this is probably all we're going to get this year. So if you want to take this £0.5, vote to concur.
The question is on the motion to concur in House Bill 1647. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1323, relative to the furnishing of copies of the state constitution by the Secretary of State to the public.
Representative Weiler moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1323 was a simple bill to produce a pocket-sized constitution without information that expires every 2 years like elected officials, so it would be ready for a longer time. When we amended it, we referred to section RSA 5 and we added RSA 5A. It turns out that A was deleted in 1959, so they changed it to RSA 5B. They also took out the appropriation because the Secretary of State already has the funds, and also the effective date he can do whenever he's ready. We request that you support and concur on 1323. Very little change. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to concur in House Bill 1323. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 322, relative to establishing a committee to study the New Hampshire Board of Medicine and making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 322 set out to establish a committee to study the New Hampshire Board of Medicine and make an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services. The Senate revised it and offered an amendment, a very specific amendment and a very limited amendment, and I'll just read what it says. It appropriates $750,000 to the Department of Health and Human Services for the purpose of making a one-time payment to any licensed nursing facility serving individuals covered by Medicaid with a change in ownership during fiscal year 23, whose daily Medicaid rate has remained below the state average for the period from July 1st, 2022 through January 1st, 2024. The appropriation is for the fiscal year 24 and 25 biennium. It's a very specific, very limited thing. It's designed to help nursing facilities, which we do have an aging population in New Hampshire. It's a very narrowly focused appropriation. It's a one-time appropriation. And the fact is everybody can't keep their relatives at home as they age, and the nursing home industry has gone through some rough times, particularly because of COVID. So I'd ask you to concur.
The question's on the motion to concur in House Bill 322. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Keep the doors closed. Members in the chamber, take your seats. Let's see how loud the nays were. All right. There's no PIs on a clarification vote. The question's on the motion to concur in House Bill 322. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. My bad. I always wondered what happened if you push those buttons in the wrong order. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote while you were attending to the state of the vote? 218 in the affirmative and 106 very loud nays. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1028, establishing a commission to study the delivery of behavioral crisis services to individuals with mental illness with an impairment primarily caused by intellectual disability.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill originally just basically revised the definition of mental illness for purposes of the mental health services system to remove the exclusion of intellectual disability and provide that an individual shall not be deemed ineligible for mental health services due to a co-occurrence of mental illness and intellectual disability. What the Senate did is replace the entire bill and to create a commission to study the delivery of behavioral crisis services to individuals with mental illness, not primarily due to intellectual disability. We ask that you please concur.
The question's on the motion to concur in House Bill 1028. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1303, relative to the estate of Takes Bernow.
Representatives Wayne McDonald and Janigian move that the House concur. Representative Wayne McDonald is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Takeste Berhanu generously bequeathed much of his estate basically, formerly of Nashua, and when he made the bequest, he asked that it be appropriated to the Refugee Children's Resettlement Fund established under RSA 161:2C. The Department of Health and Human Services wasn't sure exactly how to apply that, and refugee resettlement is usually federally funded. So they weren't sure what to do with it. We formed a subcommittee in the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee, and the subcommittee that we formed decided to appropriate or to assign the funds to three different programs. One was the Century Care Alliance of New Hampshire, the International Institute of New England of Manchester, and Local Kids of Manchester. We decided to assign it to all three of those equally, 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. The Senate decided to change that appropriation and make it, instead of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 40%, 40%, and 20%. It's a relatively minor change, and we ask your concurrence.
The question's on the motion to concur on House Bill 1303. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1568, relative to reimbursement for ambulance services under the state Medicaid plan and making an appropriation therefore.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What happened with this bill, basically, the House passed it, 237 to 136. It went over to the Senate, and they basically adopted our language, and they had originally Bill SB 409, and it came back essentially with them having adopted the House position. Since it's basically our position, I would ask that we concur.
The question's on the motion to concur in House Bill 1568. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1607, relative to expanded safe haven protections.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur. Representative Peternell is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief. Honorable colleagues, over lunch, I spoke with New Mexico Senator David Gallegos. They attempted similar legislation last year, and another attempt will be voted on again this July. The impetus for the similar New Mexico bill was a baby who had been discovered in a dumpster. The baby's mother bagged the child, put it in a trash bag, and it was tossed into the dumpster and covered with more trash. A dumpster diver heard the infant cry and called the police. That baby is still alive today. How much more humane would it have been for that baby to be deposited in an infant safety device? It is a miracle that that baby was discovered at all, let alone recovered alive. If we continue to deter and block parents from surrendering their babies alive, babies like this one will simply disappear. We will have more babies like the Eckersley baby in Manchester, more babies like Madeline Kittner in Somersworth, who was suffocated in a meth den. Not one opponent of the exclusionary rule will answer the question of what will happen to the next Dauphiné baby when his parents cannot safely surrender him. The answer is really unspeakable. Infants are the most vulnerable people in our society. If we continue to hunt down and prosecute parents who use our safe havens, these babies cannot get up and go to another state with better safe haven laws. All of us in this room are their last and only line of defense. An exclusionary rule is the only way to allow our safe haven law to work. Other states are coming to grips with the same issue, and New Mexico is looking to New Hampshire to lead the way in protecting the mother in order to protect the infant. Please support the motion to concur on House Bill 1607.
Representative Wayne McDonald is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to try to address a number of the questions and concerns that have been expressed about HB 1607 during its journey through the House and the Senate. As it's been indicated, House Bill 1607 expands safe haven surrender protections for infants by, number one, allowing the use of an infant safety device for surrender of a child. Number two, expanding the age from up to 7 days to up to 61 days of age. And number three, clarifying protections for the surrendering individual to preclude using any information directly gained from the act of a child's surrender to be used as evidence of a crime or wrongdoing. The question's been asked, why is such a bill needed? Our current legislation is 2 decades old and needs to be updated, specifically to expand the age limit in line with other states and to promote the anonymous surrender of children to ensure their highest and best chance of survival. Another question is, does this method of surrender actually save lives? And the answer is yes. While it is difficult to know how many because of a lack of official statistics and confidentiality rules, there have been some notable examples that were covered in local and national media. What we do know is that by reinforcing the protections and widening eligibility criteria, even more children would likely be saved. Another question, why aren't we letting criminals go free by not investigating and pursuing prosecution for wrongdoing? And I know this is a huge concern and probably the biggest. This is a matter of weighing a child's life against a single avenue of evidence. This concept is routinely applied in the law to ensure needed protections are in place. Yes, it is a trade-off, but the life of a child is well worth it. We only need to look at the case of Danielle Dauphiné, an abusive mother in New Hampshire who was arrested as a result of a child surrender, to understand the value of this exclusionary rule. She used the safe haven law because she thought she could do it anonymously. The resulting prosecution sent a very different message that could very well dissuade the next Dauphiné unless we act to protect these children. Notably, the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys supports the exclusionary provision as an effective harm reduction measure. They have also clarified the exclusionary provision does not preclude prosecution. What it does is restrict prosecutors from using this specific avenue for evidence and requires them to use other evidentiary sources and tools. In their February 29th letter to the House Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee, the association stated, and I quote, "The safe haven exclusionary rule proposed here is similar to the drug overdose Good Samaritan law that was enacted in 2015. That protects both the victim of an overdose and a witness who requests medical assistance. The goal of the exclusionary rule proposed in HB 1607 is simple: to incentivize medical care and intervention rather than prosecution. Harm reduction is sound, humane public policy," end quote. Another question, is the surrender process safe? Previously, our safe haven law allowed only for direct surrender to an individual. By introducing the option of an infant safety device, sometimes called a baby box, parents may be encouraged by the extra layer of anonymity. The infant safety device is a rigorously tested mechanism that is designed specifically to safely accept delivery of a child, is located inside a facility that is staffed 24 hours a day, such as a fire station or a hospital, and it's equipped with an alarm that promptly notifies personnel that a child has been surrendered. These devices have been in use across the country since 2016 with no issues. No infant safety device in any state in America has ever harmed a child in any way. And finally, what is the threat pictured for children in New Hampshire? Each year in New Hampshire, there are thousands of cases related to child abuse or neglect, and these are just a percentage of the true picture. Many of these cases are fueled by drug and alcohol abuse. New Hampshire ranks among the highest in both drug and alcohol use. Children are often the forgotten victims, many living in seriously degraded and neglectful circumstances. Giving parents a wider window and removing every potential barrier to surrendering unwanted children could provide desperately needed safety and protection for children unable to speak or care for themselves, and for this reason we ask that you concur.
Representative Seth King is recognized to speak against the recommendation. One moment, please. Representative McDonald, does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Representative. We have heard that there is no other state in the nation that has a language such as in the Senate amendment for the exclusionary rule, as you put it. Do you know why that is the case?
I think at least one reason for that is the fact that no other state has used police to investigate and prosecute a parent surrendering a baby. But we have in New Hampshire, and this is the reason we need to concur with the Senate. We need to encourage parents in crisis to safely surrender their baby, and this can literally save lives.
Sorry about that, Representative King. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, a lot of time has already been spent on trying to sell us on the baby box idea. We're already sold on the baby box idea. When this came before us a couple of months ago, we split the bill in two. We voted on the baby box 373-1, overwhelmingly support. It's the exclusionary rule that was extremely divisive. We killed it here. I spoke before the Judiciary Committee on the other body against adding the exclusionary rule. We had representatives from the Departments of Health and Human Services and Justice speaking against adding the exclusionary rule. Unfortunately, it was added in a strictly partisan manner, and then when it went before the entire body, it was also passed on in a strictly partisan manner. So you might be asking, Seth, why are you going against your party on this issue? And I would say I'm not going against my party on this issue. I'm standing with all of the other Republicans around the country who have passed safe haven laws and did not add an exclusionary rule. Okay, there are 22 states that have passed the safe haven boxes. All right, we've got a few blue states like Maryland and New Mexico. We've got some purple states like Maine and Montana, but the overwhelming majority of them are deep red states. We're talking Alabama, Missouri, Mississippi, Arkansas, okay? The Republicans in those states could have easily passed an exclusionary rule without any help from the Democrats, so we can't blame the Democrats on killing the exclusionary rule. The Republicans around the country have decided that they did not need to add an exclusionary rule in order to get the benefits of the baby boxes, okay? It's the New Hampshire Republicans that have decided to add this language, much to my chagrin because I also supported the baby box idea. So what I recommend is this year we do not concur. In 6 months, the sponsors of the bill can bring back the baby box bill. Hopefully, they will not include that extra part of the exclusionary rule, and it'll sail through both bodies, get signed in the corner office, and we can all go our merry way. But this exclusionary rule is just way too far. I cannot support, and I know there are many New Hampshire citizens who would feel very uncomfortable about giving de facto immunity to baby rapists. So please, vote to not concur. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question? No. The member does not yield. Representative Mark Pearson is recognized to speak for the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will keep my remarks only on the subject of the exclusionary rule. Consider two parallels. A police officer believes in a particular dwelling there are items proving the bad guy's a bad guy. So the police officer goes in there, takes those items, the judge throws them out because there was no warrant. Well, we'd like to pin it on the bad guy, but I think we realize the sanctity of our homes from unwarranted police invasion overrules this. I think it's a freedom issue. And secondly, a court case in this state, a judge demanded a physician violate the doctor-patient confidentiality to obtain needed information. And if you, like me, are a fan of reading through rules of evidence, you'll discover in 502 in the footnote, it was reversed upon appeal because the state had not done due diligence to get the information they needed in ways other than violating doctor-patient confidentiality. And again, to me, this is a freedom issue. So what we have is the greater good of that baby being spared over one way of pinning things on the bad guys, things that the state can do with a rigorous policing action. So please vote yes, vote green, vote for the babies.
The questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1607. I hear a division vote requested. Who requested the roll call? Who requested it? Representative Christine Perez requests a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. While you're finding your seats, a reminder that if you're not at your seat, you can't second anything. So, save the energy and don't wave your arms when you're walking down the aisle. It doesn't count. I don't see you. Let's go, people. Find your seats. Now is the time for all good members to be in their seats, except the two doing PIs. Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1607. Representative Weber is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that parents may safely surrender a baby today in a number of different ways, and if I know that I do not want to potentially allow 61 days of child abuse and then giving a get-out-of-jail-free pass to that abuser, would I now vote no on the concur motion?
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that parents willing to leave their babies with a stranger or in a box are very likely involved in criminal activity against their child, and if I know that right now such parents who use our safe haven law can expect to be arrested as a result of surrendering their baby, and if I know that unless this changes, there is no real incentive to use the safe haven law. And if I know that HB 1607 grants use immunity only and does not grant what's called transactional immunity, that is, somebody that surrenders their baby can still be prosecuted if they've abused the child based on evidence independent of the surrender. And finally, if I know that forcing a violent, abusive parent to keep his or her baby will result in very bad outcomes for the child, then would I now press the green button to pass this life-saving bill? Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur in House Bill 1607. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 174 in the negative. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment in the with amendment in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1609, relative to the Commission on the Primary Care Workforce and the State Office of Rural Health.
For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I motion that we print the remarks of the last debate in the permanent journal.
We are on the motion to concur in House Bill 1609. Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1609 is relative to the Commission on the Primary Care Workforce and the State Office of Rural Health. The changes that the Senate made, unlike some of the bills we've considered today, were pretty minor. They changed the membership agency from the New England Primary Care Alliance to the Direct Primary Care Frontier. And we ask your concurrence.
The question is on the motion to concur in House Bill 1609. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. May I make a motion?
Yes.
I move that we print the remarks from House Bill 1607 in the permanent journal.
Without objection, they will be printed. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1712, renewing the committee to study non-pharmacological treatment options for patients with chronic pain.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the clerk stated, this HB 1712 renews the committee to study non-pharmacological treatment options for patients with chronic pain. This was another minor change by the Senate. The Senate version extends the committee's sunset to 2025 by adding the quote, notwithstanding 14:49, unquote, clause. We ask your concurrence.
The questions on the motion to concur in House Bill 1712. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1220, abolishing the collection of racial and educational data for use in a marital application worksheet and relative to the expectation of privacy.
Representative Lynn moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1220, I move to concur. As the bill left this House, it eliminated the collection of racial and educational data for use in marital applications. The Senate did not change this part of the bill, but it added to the bill language amending the privacy bill we passed earlier this year, that is Senate Bill 255. That bill, as it passed both bodies, was signed into law, required the Secretary of State to establish certain standards for privacy notices and for the methods by which a consumer could exercise a right to opt out of the provisions that would allow his or her private information to be sold. The Senate amendment eliminates the role of the Secretary of State, but adds language requiring the notices, that notices to be available online, on a mobile app, or on other devices regularly used by the consumer to interact with the company that's covered by the statute. The Secretary of State wanted to be removed from having a role in this bill because he correctly points out that his office has no particular expertise in privacy matters. Although the Judiciary Committee is not thrilled with what the Senate did, perhaps there could have been a better job done. What would need to be changed is more complicated than could be accomplished in a committee of conference. And on balance, what the Senate did is acceptable. And it is particularly important because the other aspect of the bill dealing with the elimination of the racial and educational collection of data in the marriage applications is very important and had strong bipartisan support from this body. So for those reasons, I ask that you concur.
The question's on the motion to concur in House Bill 1220. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1245, relative to release of confidential records of a person appointed a guardian and relative to patient access to medical records.
Representative Lynn moves that the House concur. Representative Nagel is recognized to speak against the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm only going to be addressing the previously known Senate Bill 400 portion of this bill, which was amended into 1245. Before I start, I have a confession to make. I'm part of the problem. I make a strong recommendation to every one of my patients that it is their right and their responsibility to get a copy of their medical records, and that should be given to them at a reasonable price. I think that's important. And that's what the original Senate Bill 400 actually said. And that was really exciting to me. And then it got amended, and that's when things started to change. So the first thing that was done in the amendment was they made a change that said that the requester was not just the patient or their estate, but was also their attorney. Superficially, I wasn't sure what I thought about that, but when I thought more about it, I realized that attorneys ask for these records for all sorts of reasons, some of which are really, I don't want to use the word honorable because they're all honorable, but they're, interested in protecting the patient, where others of them are looking more for personal injury, things like that. And all of a sudden we realized, well, that needs to be discussed a lot more. The second thing is that they put in a limit to how much you could charge that third party for that. And that number was awfully low. It was like $50. And we started thinking, well, maybe that's a problem too. So we at HHS EA came to the conclusion that we really need to sit down and discuss this, that this is not ready for prime time. So we voted 18-2 to send this to interim study, and you, by voice vote, agreed with that. When it went back over to the other, whatever you want to call it, on the other side, that thing, that thing. So, thank you. And when it went over there, they actually did something really neat. They actually put in the sliding scale that I requested, and I was really excited about that. But they left in the definition of the requester, and they also capped the fees for electronic records at $50 still, and that seemed problematic to me. So what I did yesterday, when I had nothing better to do, I used to own a very busy medical practice. I was a partner in it for 34 years, which I gave up to join all of you. When I went over there, I decided I'm going to spend time with the folks in medical records because I want to find out what they really do. Because, where I don't have a clue. So I spent the afternoon with them, and I found out what was involved. For them to satisfy these requests for records, number one, they said the number of record requests they get is overwhelming. I did not know that. Secondly, the most common requester does come from third parties, specifically attorneys. Third, they need to be HIPAA trained before they can even do this job, because if they make a mistake, we get in trouble. Fourth, every page that they sent has to be reviewed to make sure that it's HIPAA compliant before they press that button send. And then all of a sudden I started realizing this is not a cheap process. So then I talked to a couple practice managers. I said, "Do you think this $50 is enough?" Every one of them said no. And I said, "Well, what number is enough?" They said $125 would be more reasonable. And I said, "Well, that sounds pretty cheap to me too for the requests that are being put in." So basically at this point, the reason why I oppose the 400 section of it is we really need to sit down and decide what that attorney part of the requester means. Should it be considered as separate legislation, or should it be part of this process? And secondly, we really need to seriously look down and see what that dollar amount was. Until those things are done, I really don't think that this bill is ready for prime time, and therefore I ask you to not concur. Thank you.
Representative Lynn's recognized to speak for the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, let me just address just very briefly the sort of in dispute part of this bill. That was the original bill that came out of the House. It basically extends further rights to somebody that's subject to a guardianship, that is the ward. And it basically says that the ward is entitled to get his or her own records, including medical records, unless a court has specifically said that that would not be in the best interest of the ward. Right now, under the law, that is not, a ward does not have that right, and we said, as we sent this bill to the Senate, that they should have. With regard to the issue of generally the being able to get medical records, which the prior speaker talked about, I would agree with everything the prior speaker said if it weren't for one thing, which I think is critically important. And that is, under federal law, under HIPAA, if you are the patient, you can get all your records, all your medical records, including all the work that has to be done in gathering that, for zero, for free. You are entitled to get all your records for free. And so the problem that I have with this whole, and the reason that I support what the Senate has done is, if you can get all your records for free, and if you have to authorize, you, the person you're the patient, anyone else, including your attorney, to be able to get the records on your behalf, why is there any reason, I think an argument could be made, why is there any reason why your agent gets charged at all for those records if you, under federal law, are entitled to get them for free? But I'll put that aside. Let's assume that maybe there's some reason for allowing some charge. It seems to me that the charges that the Senate has allowed in its proposal, which are relatively nominal, I mean, they're not a great deal of money, makes perfect sense, given that if the patient himself or herself wants the records, there's no charge at all. What I have to say, honestly, the flavor that you get if you think about this carefully is that, you know, if it's the patient that wants to get their records, then there's no problem. Because the patient, you know, is sort of, excuse my language, but he's sort of fat, dumb, and happy. We don't really have to worry about the patient. But if the patient is smart enough to get a lawyer, and maybe the lawyer, you know, there's a concern that somehow there might be a lawsuit, then it's okay to discourage that by charging? That doesn't make sense to me. It just seems to me that it's unfair. And the Senate, what the Senate has done will ameliorate that to a great extent. So that's why I move to concur, and I ask you to support what the Senate has done. Thank you.
The question's on the motion to concur on House Bill 1245. A division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Question is on the motion to concur on House Bill 1245. This is a division vote. No, yeah. We're in the voting mode. We're in the voting mode. Never argue with the sergeant at arms. What are you doing? No. Never argue with them, ever. Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1245. This is a division vote, and Representative Merchant is recognized for parliamentary inquiry, and let's quiet down and hear him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the federal HIPAA law guarantees that a patient can get their own medical record for a nominal fee not to exceed $6.50, and if I know that the federal HIPAA law leaves it up to the states to decide what fees can be charged by third parties requesting a patient's medical record, and if I know that bodies, Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee spend a lot of time trying to find a reasonable, fair cap to apply to the plaintiff's attorneys, we ran out of time. And if I know this body approved on the consent calendar the committee recommendation of the interim study on a voice vote just last week, and if I know the Senate added House Bill 1265 would simply shift costs to other requesters and medical providers and not come out of settlement fees from the plaintiff's attorneys, then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button to make another motion? Thank you.
Representative Lynn's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that what the Senate did here is really a matter of fairness for the very reasons I stated before, dealing with the ability of the patient himself to get the records for free or for $6.50, then would I support the Senate's view of doing what's right and what's fair by pressing the green button?
The question's on the motion to concur in House Bill 1245. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toole.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 175 in the negative. The motion is adopted.
Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1432, relative to prohibiting certain uses of deepfakes and creating a private claim of action.
Representative Lynn moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, the Senate made a very, very minor and non-substantive change in language to this bill, which creates civil right of action and criminal penalties for use of artificial intelligence to create deep fakes. Our committee was fine with the language, and more importantly, we ran it by our resident guru on artificial intelligence, the representative from Lebanon, and he also agreed. So for that reason, I ask you to concur, please.
The motion before us is concur on House Bill 1432FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1589, establishing a Veterans Treatment Court.
Representative Lynn and Weiler move that we concur and Chair recognizes Representative Lynn to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is the Veterans Court bill. The Senate made very minor changes in terms of changed some language from to make it clear that the Chief Justice, that duties that were assigned to the judicial branch, it's the Chief Justice or his designee that will perform those duties. The other thing that the Senate did is they extended the effective date of this bill from January of 2025 to July of 2025, and so since that will be in the next biennium, they took out any appropriate. I think there was a $163,000 appropriation, and as it came out of the House, the Senate took that out by extending it just to the next biennium. Other than that, the changes are helpful, and so I ask you to concur.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1589 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1080, relative to the Legislative Youth Advisory Council.
Representative Hill moves that we concur.
Representative Hill moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we passed this bill on consent earlier this year. The other body accepted it for the most part wholeheartedly and made a couple of minor changes. For the example, we suggested at least temporarily narrowing the statutory committees the council would work with. The other body preferred to add the phrase primary focus instead of just our word focus, which gives the members more latitude in finding legislation they find interesting. In general, we have no objections to the changes and offer a recommendation to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1080. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1388, relative to ethical standards for members of the General Court.
Hill moves we concur. Whole is speaking against.
Representative Hill moves that we concur on House Bill 1388. Chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you has been attempted in this House multiple times over the past couple of years. This is relative to when a legislator should recuse themselves on legislation. Now, there are people in this chamber, potentially, and I know there were former members of the House and Senate who may have violated our current ethics rules. And while I potentially disagree with those members on the subject matter, I do believe they have a right to talk to discuss, to participate in the legislation. Our ethics guidelines today are very clear, and I want to read a couple of sections of this. It defines conflict of interest as the condition in which a legislator has a special interest in any matter and could directly or indirectly affect the influence and performance of that legislator's activities. It also defines the purpose of this ethics guideline. Legislators shall treat their office as a public trust, using only powers and resources of the public office to advance public interest and not to attain personal benefits or to pursue any other private interest incompatible with the public good. The bill before you does prohibit participation. It doesn't stop at the mere thing of preventing filing of a bill, preventing voting on a bill. This goes much further. And the issue with this is it's going to handcuff our legislators in their ability to represent their constituents. Let me give you a couple of examples. There's some doctors in here. They may have small medical practices. They meet the exclusionary section of this proposed bill. They are, in fact, remunerated. Presumably, if they're a small business owner, they want to actually get a paycheck. They hold the position to exercise substantial influence over the organization. And if that organization or that office has ever lobbied, testified, or otherwise attempted to influence the outcome of official legislative activity, they now are triggered from full recusal in participation, not just voting on, drafting, a bunch of other things. This means they can't even be part of the discussion about whether the bill is a good idea or not, even though they have the technical expertise to weigh in on the subject matter. Now, this applies to people who have insurance companies. This applies to doctors. This applies to engineers. This applies to everybody who is a technical expert who owns a small company. There is an issue. I agree we need to fix our ethics guidelines. This goes a step too far. What the Senate did when they, or the body behind us did when they amended the bill, made the solution worse than the problem. What we should do is send it to a committee of conference and try and clean up the beginning of page 2 relative to when does a legislator have to recuse themselves and step away from any participation. I would ask that you would oppose the concur motion and support me on a non-concur, ask for a committee of conference. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two ethics bills calling for recusal of legislators from legislative activities when they experienced a conflict of interest were addressed in legislative administration this year. Both were extensively scrutinized by our own Legislative Ethics Committee, and both were unanimously passed by our committee and placed on the consent calendar. We are here today because the body on the other side of the wall amended the House bill we sent them by merging the language of those and the subject matter of those two bills. And they made the effective date January 1st, 2025. Please affirm the recommendation of the committee and vote to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1388. A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The House will be in order. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1388. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that legislators are already prohibited from our guidelines in introducing legislation, testifying before a legislative committee, voting in a committee, or voting on the House floor when they have a defined conflict of interest, if I know that they have to announce that conflict of interest if it meets the ethics guidelines, if I further know that this bill will handcuff future legislators from being available to express, talk about, or weigh in with their technical expertise, would I vote against the concur motion so another motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our bipartisan ethics committee has been very involved for the last 3 years in helping to craft this legislation and very much welcome our passing the merged bill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know our citizen legislators need to be continually concerned with the topic of conflicts of interest and the implications and appearance to the public of their legislative actions when these conflicts exist or appear to exist, would I now support the committee recommendation of concur and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is to concur in House Bill 1388. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 255 voting yea, 92 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 202, relative to property tax abatements.
Representative Len Turcott moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 202, the Senate added an amendment meant to clarify an existing RSA regarding the valuation of telecommunication poles. In 2016, an RSA had thought to have been made to make the issue 100% clear, but a lawsuit in the town of Meredith just a few years ago proved that to be incorrect. Hopefully the amended language should once and for all put that issue to bed by adding the words without applying an equalization rate to the RSA. I ask that you concur.
The motion before us to concur on House Bill 202. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1055, relative to the property tax exemption for charitable organizations.
Representative Len Turcott moves we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About the easiest amendment I've ever seen. This one I'm asking you to concur on. In HB 1055, the word assessors was removed from the bill, and this was to prevent the potential conflict between the selectmen and the assessors in the municipalities with selectmen, so we ask that you concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1055. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1187, relative to prohibiting lease agreements of equipment for building or facility improvements.
Representative Len Turcott moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1187, again, we ask that you concur. The bill deals with equipment lease statutes. When it went over to the Senate, The renewable energy industry had concerns with it, although those concerns were really incorrect. However, to assuage those concerns, they actually drafted duplicate language and added a couple of lines that would assuage the renewable energy industry. So what will happen is the first paragraph will go into effect 60 days after passage. 3 years from now, July 1, that will drop off, and the original language of HB 1187 will be in place. So we do ask that you concur on that.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1187. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following titled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1103, relative to revising the penalties of the Shoreland Protection Act.
Representative Renzullo moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is only a one-sentence change. It's actually a change from the House bill to the Senate bill. The original law says persons violating the provisions of this chapter and damaging the public waterway who, after notification by the department, fail to make a good faith effort at remediation and restoration shall be subject to the following, and then they list a whole bunch of penalties. The House took that sentence and actually changed it to persons violating the provisions of this chapter shall be subject to the following, and the list of penalties. The Senate added some language back, which actually improves the bill. It says, persons violating the provisions of this chapter who fail to restore the site to meet the applicable standards of this chapter within 1 year of receiving the notification of a violation of the department shall be subject to the following. And again, that's the penalties. It was we did bring this to the polling committee. Committee was those who replied back were 100% for it. This is an improvement on the bill. So please concur.
The motion before us to concur on House Bill 1103 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1121, relative to creating certain wetlands permit exemptions after a natural disaster flooding event.
Representative Renzullo moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill is actually a subparagraph that to the excavating and dredging permits. There is an inclusion of the House bill is removal of the woody debris and blockages from the channels of water courses from the culverts or bridges by the owner of said structure by the property owner is allowed without a permit is allowed without permit provided sediment disturbance is minimized and the work results in no new permanent impacts to the bed of the water course. The Senate added to that section a few bits of language. After, when it says removal of woody debris and blockages, the Senate added after a natural disaster or flooding event, and also the Senate added provided mechanized equipment does not enter the water course. This is an improvement. The bill, the changes were approved. I discussed it with the with the prime sponsor. She approves. it is an improvement. We can move to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1121. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House, House Bill 1554, relative to certified culvert maintainer program reporting and requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services to regulate the cutting of native aquatic vegetation on submerged lands and public waters or certain public-owned water bodies and establishing rulemaking authority for such regulation.
Senator Manzullo moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The change that occurred in the Senate is is in one sentence in this bill. The sentence, the House version of the sentence is, the Commissioner shall regulate the cutting of native aquatic vegetation on submerged lands in lakes subject to this chapter. The improvement and it is an improvement that the Senate added to the bill. The Commissioner shall regulate the cutting of native aquatic vegetation on submerged lands in public waters or public-owned water bodies regulated under RSA 482-A:16. So they made the bill better. Thank you. If we would does this change to that sentence, and I would ask for concurrence.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1554. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House, House Bill 609, relative to the Site Evaluation Committee for Energy Facility Siting.
Representative Vos moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 609 is undoubtedly the most important energy-related bill that we have heard this biennium. It makes significant changes in combination with HB 281 and Senate Bill 451 to the operation of the Site Evaluation Committee. Collectively, these changes will make the siting of energy projects in the future less expensive and will allow them to happen more quickly. House Bill 609, the Senate did make some changes, but they were refinements to an already good bill that make it even better. They added preamble references to the fish, to, quote, fish and wildlife resources of the state, and to, quote, offshore. They changed a reference to batteries from megawatt hours to megawatts. They changed the administrative attachment of the Site Evaluation Committee from the Department of Energy to the Public Utilities Commission. They added new application language that reads, and I quote, describe in reasonable detail the impact of each major part of the proposed facility on existing land and offshore uses, unquote. They add a reference to the need for offshore projects to comply with the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act. They added new language to exempt any application filed prior to the date of the adoption of this statute from having to reapply. And finally, they changed the effective date to upon passage rather than 60 days after passage. These are all very good refinements to an already good bill, and I urge you all to concur with the Senate changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is concur on House Bill 609 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1078, relative to the Department of Safety, establishing a repository of maps showing radio systems within the state.
Representative Vos moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1078 originally asked the Department of Safety to do a study to discover how to close gaps in the communication coverage of safety services, radio communication coverage. The Senate took a different approach and made a significant change to the bill. Instead of asking the Department of Safety to study this question, they created language to require that the department create maps to identify the locations of all municipal, county, and state government radio systems throughout the state and make those maps available as needed so communities, counties, and the state itself could develop ways to fill those gaps and make communication more effective. This is a significant improvement to the bill, and we ask for your concurrence.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1078. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1431, relative to utility requirements for integrated distribution planning.
Representative Vos moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. This bill, passed by the House, added new language to statute to require utilities to perform every 5 years a plan to do integrated distribution planning. The Senate made a few changes. They removed the altered language of RSA 378:37 from the original bill. They changed the start date for these 5-year plans to within 5 years rather than starting immediately. They added the words cost-effective before benefits in plan forecasts. They changed 4 weeks to 12 weeks for amending rejected plans, and they fixed a few language problems without changing any meaning. All these changes we consider to be improvements to the bill, and we ask for your concurrence.
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1431. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1465, relative to studies of nuclear energy technologies and renaming the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development.
Representative Vos and Weiler move that we concur. Representative Vos is ready to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made some excellent changes to this bill as well. The bill that we sent them renamed the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development to the Office of Energy Innovation. But the other body didn't like that name, so they changed it to Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development and Energy Innovation. They also fixed a reference within the bill, and they changed the effective date to upon passage. These are all good changes, and we ask for your concurrence.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1465 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1499, establishing a committee to study the Civilian Clean Energy Community Resilience and Conservation Corps, and establishing a committee to style the Child Protection Act.
Representative Vos, we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate, or the body on the other side of the wall, I should say, made no changes to the substance of the bill we sent to them. However, they did add a study committee bill of their own, a study committee to study the Child Protection Act. The Child Protection Act Study Committee has to issue a report of its findings by November 1st of 2024. I spoke with the chair of Child and Family Services here in the House, and we discussed the bill and decided it was an innocuous and probably well-needed bill. So I'm willing to concur with this motion.
The motion before us is to concur in House Bill 1499. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1600, establishing a committee to study the aggregation of electric customers by municipalities and counties.
Rose moves we concur. Corman speaks.
Representative Vos moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am the prime sponsor of this bill, and I would much rather prefer to see a committee of conference for this bill because the other body completely changed the bill. The bill was requested by the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. Just to remind everybody, the Community Power Coalition provides a market-based approach to our electric supply, and it reduces costs for Granite State customers. The bill that we sent allows Community Power to use energy...
The member will suspend. The noise in the chamber is getting to be deafening. The member has a right to be heard. If you need to have a conversation, take it out in the back room. Member may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. The bill that we sent, the bill that we sent allows Community Power to use energy that's created locally to lower prices for Community Power customers. They can already do this for power that is at most 1 megawatt, and all this bill does is increases the range to up to 5 megawatts. There is no cost shift to utility ratepayers. Again, no cost shift to utility ratepayers. It helps Community Power. We want to help Community Power. We want to remove roadblocks. And there are several projects ready to go right now. And just also to remind you, Community Power is already serving towns representing about 35% of the state's population, including the town of Epping, from which my good friend is the representative. Now, what did the other body do? They turned this bill into a committee to study Community Power. So I believe we should non-concur and request a committee of conference. And actually, the other body actually wants us to do this. Let me explain. During the hearing in the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, the Department of Energy testified that they were neutral on this bill. And it passed our committee unanimously and passed this body on consent. Then it went over to the other body where the Energy and Natural Resources Committee heard it, and the Department of Energy again testified that they were neutral on the bill. Weeks later, just before the Energy and Natural Resources Committee of the other body was about to exec the bill, the Department of Energy sent a letter to the committee chair, changing its position, opposing the bill. The letter listed some concerns, and the Community Power Coalition responded in detail to every one of those concerns, in detail. The letter also raised unintended consequences. Mr. Speaker, any bill could have unintended consequences, but you gotta say what they are. Otherwise, frankly, you're just blowing smoke. So what happened was that the president of the other body, who is a co-sponsor of this bill and would like to see it get through, offered an amendment to create the study commission. Why would he do that? It was to buy time for further negotiation with the Department of Energy, which so far has really been unwilling to engage with the Community Power Coalition. So this amendment that we are being asked to concur with is merely a placeholder. It is there just to resolve differences in the Committee of Conference. The president of the other body wants this bill. He wants a Committee of Conference to get us there. I would like the same. We do not need a study committee to study community power. It's already happening. We don't need to study it. So I ask you to please vote against the concur motion with this placeholder amendment so that we can have a motion to non-concur and request a Committee of Conference. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do not.
The member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Vos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my esteemed colleague from Lebanon just pointed out, during the committee hearing on this bill, the Department of Energy said that they were neutral on the policy aspect of the bill, but they did point out that they had some concerns about it. They were unable to articulate those concerns before the committee, so we passed the bill thinking that they were okay with it. When the bill got to the Senate, they once again testified that they were neutral on the policy, but that they had some concerns with it. When they were pressed to express those concerns, they eventually sent a letter to Senate ENR, and they asked some serious questions. Questions like, who will ensure and how will it be determined that the group load will be greater than the community supplier? What happens if it isn't? What will the registration process and requirements look like for community suppliers? And how will these entities be monitored to ensure requirements are being met? What will be the oversight mechanism to ensure community suppliers are in ongoing compliance with applicable statutes and PUC rules? Will this oversight require involvement from the community aggregator, the department, and the distribution utility? Will community aggregators in towns served by more than one distribution utility complicate oversight? Who will provide oversight to ensure the statute is being applied consistently across community aggregations? The department also indicated that time is needed to think through the unintended consequence scenarios to ensure that there are guardrails in place. These consequences may leave the department and the legislature to deal with some unresolved issues. And finally, they pointed out that issues concerning net metering are under consideration in a Department of Energy docket 23063, and the question of the reduction of wholesale load obligations both still need to be resolved for a solution to be put into practice. Now, these concerns that the department has certainly are sufficient to warrant a study committee. So the Senate decided that that was an effective way to deal with all these uncertainties. None of us is real happy with creating a study committee in the second year of a biennium. There's not much time to actually produce much of a study. But in this particular case, I think a study is warranted before we move forward. So I would ask you to concur with our motion, or to agree with our motion to concur with the Senate changes to HB 1600. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1600. A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is concur on House Bill 1600. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Corman for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill helps community power, which serves about 35% of the state's population, is the second largest supplier of power in the state, offers electric rates lower than Eversource, Unitil, Liberty Utilities, and the New Hampshire Electric Co-op, has already saved ratepayers $14 million compared with the prices that utilities charge. And if I know that the amendment that we are being asked to concur with was proposed by the president of the other body to get us to a committee of conference. And finally, if I know that every one of the points raised by the Department of Energy that my friend from Epping listed was responded to in detail by the Community Power Coalition, would I then press the red button to get us to another motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in a public communication to the legislature, the Department of Energy identified 7 major questions that need to be resolved before this bill can move forward, and if I know that the Senate established a study committee to deal with these 7 major issues, would I press the green button to concur with this legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1600. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 169 voting yea, 174 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason is member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to non-concur and form a committee of conference.
The motion is to non-concur and form a committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representative Vos, Doug Thomas, Corman, and McGee. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1697, relative to forest carbon credit programs.
Representative Vos moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This bill set up a methodology to study carbon credits, and the Senate made a change to the preliminary to add that a preliminary report was due in 2024, but the final report was not due until 2025. That's a change from the original bill. In addition, they added language that allows a landowner agent or a forest carbon program administrator to notify municipalities of these forest carbon projects. That's a significant change, but one that's worthwhile. So I ask for your approval of this concur motion.
The motion before us to concur on House Bill 1697 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for another Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1567, relative to zoning provisions concerning family and group family child care uses.
Representative Nelson moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. This bill passed our body on consent and went over to the other body and passed through their committee with an amendment and unanimously went to a voice vote with a floor amendment that tweaked that amendment that was passed through their committee. The amendment is as follows. If all requirements of the Department of Health and Human Services are met, but an application for a conditional use permit is pending with the municipality in which the home-based child care facility is located, an applicant may begin operation during such time until the permit is granted or denied. The committee is okay with this amendment, and the prime sponsor also is, so we concur. I'm hoping that you also will vote to concur, as it is an important step forward in an effort to help us solve the child care crisis.
The motion for us is to concur in House Bill 1567 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1065, relative to fire sprinkler requirements in residential buildings.
Representative Alexander moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1065 adds an exception to the state fire code for fire suppression and sprinkler system requirements for certain existing residential buildings with no more than 4 dwelling units. and regulations that are more stringent than the state, prohibits municipalities from enforcing regulations that are more stringent than the state fire code. The other body made one change to let the state fire marshal have more discretion in cases of health and safety. I recommend concurrence.
Motion is to concur on House Bill 1065. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1168, establishing a committee to study the impact of the housing crisis on people with disabilities.
Representative Alexander moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I'm not typically a fan of study committees, this committee is to study the housing crisis on people with disabilities. The Special Committee on Housing heard from dozens of people from the disability rights community at an almost 3-hour public hearing, and they would like time to look specifically into this. I think it's an important bill for them. The other body amended the language to extend the effective date out for the final report. I recommend concurrence.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1168. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1215, relative to development approvals and appeals and allowing the town of Hampton to discontinue a particular highway in order to lease that property.
Representative Alexander moves that we concur. The chair recognizes Representative Len Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon again. I want to make it clear that there are two parts to this bill, the original language and an amendment that was added by the Senate, which has been known as now the Hampton Discontinue a Road Amendment. I'm speaking only to the second part, and that is the new amendment. The amendment to this HB 1215 would allow the Board of Selectmen in Hampton to discontinue a road, a town road in the beach area, bypassing our existing laws, then rent out that road for up to 99 years to some unknown private business. This is not a Class 6 road like you'd find out in the woods that they're discontinuing. This is a road in the middle of the downtown business and residential district of Hampton Beach, known as Avenue D. Any of you who've been down in Hampton Beach, you know how the avenues work. They go from Ashworth Ave all the way down to Route 1A. So this would bypass the normal process where the town votes on whether to allow such an action at either a regular or a special town meeting. Special town meetings can be called by either the selectmen or the town citizens, and abutters only require 14 days' notice. This is less than a couple of months it would take to go through the normal process. So one has to ask why the rush and why a special carve-out that ends up in our RSAs permanently. New Hampshire law is very specific that town residents are the local legislative body empowered to discontinue roads, not the selectmen. This takes away the residents of Hampton's right to vote on this issue. A one-off bill for a special project sets a terrible precedent. If this passes, we will then see repeated and frequent attempts to use this precedent. If you think about it, this would be very similar to, or actually worse than taking land by eminent domain. What about the abutters' property rights here? Could this be construed as the use of eminent domain by a town to benefit a private entity or whoever that may be? I want to read you something. In 2006, New Hampshire Senate Bill 287 was signed into law after a U.S. Supreme Court decision case that allowed a Connecticut town to take private property for commercial development. It was signed into law by the governor at the time, and that law stated, public use shall not include the public benefits resulting from private economic development and private commercial enterprise, including increased tax revenues and increased employment opportunities. If this were to go through, you're going to see a large amount, several lawsuits that are going to be filed, and it's actually going to take longer to get through the lawsuit process than you are to go ahead and hold a special meeting. This is about property rights of the abutters and the town citizens. This is about this body not setting a bad precedent that could affect many property owners throughout our state in the future by allowing the taking of property by adverse possession. Above all, this is about consistency versus arbitrariness. I know in our committee we try to remain consistent. No one-offs, no special dispensations placed into the RSAs. I've been authorized by the HRA to repeat what I said in caucus this morning, and that is the pink sheet is incorrect. It was supposed to agree with what I'm trying to get you here, and that is vote against the motion to concur so we can send this over to a committee conference and remove this added, the added amendment from the Senate. Again, I'm only speaking to that amendment. I'm not speaking to the original language, even though some people may have something to say about that. So I'll ask you to vote red on the motion of concur so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sections 1 through 5 provide regulatory relief for property owners and developers that prohibits political subdivisions from demanding items above and beyond those enshrined in statute or zoning ordinance at the time of the issuance of the permit. Subdivision approval or plat and sets forth in the appeals process for those agreed by political subdivision boards, decisions to the contrary. Section 5 is really what we're talking about. It's about the Hampton Beach Road. It's enabling legislation specifically drafted to function as the equivalent of a rule suspension for that particular purpose of allowing the town of Hampton to enter into a lease agreement of one and only one clearly identified road only after 2 public hearings are held for the purposes of redeveloping the casino ballroom. I don't know if you've been there recently. I think it's a great area, but I think we could use a little bit of economic revitalization there. With significant fire and safety issues into a vibrant multi-use facility that will bring in much tax revenue for the state and tourism and hopefully a lot more money and many jobs. The silver lining of this renovation project is that the decline of Hampton Beach has been experiencing over the last decade will reverse and the entire beach area will improve in safety and prosperity. So very important that Section 8 repeals Section 6 and 7. So it's closing the door on this rule suspension. This is a one-time suspension of this to allow Hampton to do this project. The people of Hampton are asking for it, and they also have opportunity for public hearings. So this is still a local control issue. Thank you. Please concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1215. Representative Turcott, Len Turcott has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1215. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stavas to parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1215 now includes this puzzling amendment that restates what the Town of Hampton's governing body and planning board can already do, and if I know that the underlying bill, meant to alleviate New Hampshire's acute housing shortage, will only perpetuate that shortage by doubling from 5 to 10 years the time a developer can be exempted from changes in safety codes and other municipal ordinances. If I further know that if after 5 years a developer has not made significant progress, then something is going very wrong. Would I now press the red button to vote non-concur on HB 1215 so that another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Hampton Beach Casino Ballroom has been an engine that has driven economic activity on the seacoast and our entire state for 125 years, and if I know that the ballroom has now reached the end of its useful life, and if you, like me, are thrilled that the current owners of the ballroom have committed to redevelop the property at their own expense, and that as part of that project, the owners wish to integrate property they own on both sides of D Street into their design. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that in order to move forward, the owners of the ballroom would like clarity on the disposition of D Street, and if I know that D Street is a 500-foot stretch of roadway with very little traffic and no abutters other than the ballroom's owners, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that nothing we do here today should be interpreted as implying approval of the proposed redevelopment project, which will still need to be reviewed by the appropriate local boards before it can proceed, would I now press the green button to give the Hampton Select Board the option, if they wish to exercise it or not, to close that 500-foot roadway, but only after holding 5 public hearings, five public meetings to provide the residents of Hampton, most of whom are very excited about this project, ample opportunity to express their opinions on the matter. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1215. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 172 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Alexander moves that the House non-concur and accede to a committee or conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion for a committee or conference. Appointed to the committee or conference are Representative Alexander, Wallace, DiLorenzo, and Power. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1355, relative to the New Hampshire National Guard Recruitment and Reenlistment Incentive Program and continuing a recruitment and retention incentive program and efforts within the Department of Transportation.
Representative Moffat moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members for the many kind birthday wishes today as well. Okay, so HB 1355 involves a New Hampshire National Guard recruitment and reenlistment incentive program with an accompanying allocation, which was approved by State Federal Veterans Committee, was approved by the Finance Committee, was approved by this full House, as well as by the other body. Now, the other body later added language that also supported the Department of Transportation's recruitment and retention efforts. It provides definition for bonuses and referral fees, but it also made clear, or makes clear, that any future related requested expenditures will require the approval of the fiscal committees of the General Court. So while there was a fiscal note for the original HB 1355, which was approved, the National Guard recruiting incentive, there is no fiscal component to the added language from the other body, which simply seeks to support DOT's recruiting and retention efforts. So I would simply ask that my colleagues support our concur recommendation concerning this measure. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1355 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1122, relative to lights on motor vehicles.
Representative Walsh moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill regulates front lights, headlights, usually aftermarket lights, and also ride-share lighting, which is now becoming popular. The Senate amendment is pretty simple. They just added provisions, or the provisions of this shall not apply to a vehicle with original equipment, OEM front lighting, or a lighting system of a similar type installed by the vehicle manufacturer. Just a clarification, and believe it or not, it's germane too. Committee is good with it. We ask that you concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1122 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1158, relative to establishing an exception to vessel registration, defining commercial passenger vessel, and regulating written examinations and certifications for operating commercial vessels.
Representative Walsh moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The original bill is authorizing municipalities to reduce speed limits seasonally on congested roads. The Senate amendment, they simply didn't like the way one sentence was written, so they changed highway system in a municipality to municipal highway system. That's all it does. The committee's fine with it. We ask that you concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1158. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1550, authorizing municipalities to reduce speed limits seasonally.
Representative Walsh moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In transportation, we referred this as the lemonade boat bill, allowing kids to actually get around the commercial vessel registrations. The Senate amendment just adds a little bit of clarification to the examinations and testing for commercial licenses for boats 34 feet or over that carry passengers. Makes sense to me. Committee's fine with it. We ask that you concur.
Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1550. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. And the chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1525, relative to credits for the business profits tax and business enterprise tax.
Representative Janigian, move we concur, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the credit carry forward is the amount of money that a business is overpaid when they pay their taxes and don't ask for a refund but use that money for future tax payments. In prior years, there was no limit, and the amount that the state was holding was getting larger and larger to the point where we were concerned that if suddenly the state asked for everything, not the state, if businesses started asking for that money back at too fast a pace, it could cause a serious problem. Right now, that's been brought down to 500%. A business can't have held more than 500% of their yearly tax amount owed. And now current law would drop this amount to 250% January 1st, 2025. That's a big change that could come in the next 6 months. So the other body extended that time 4 more years to give us time to see how revenues are doing, how the state is doing, and also giving us time to potentially put a different bill in next year or the year after. I would ask that you press the green button to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1525. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those nay. The ayes have it. And the committee report is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1549, relative to buy-in amount deductions collected during the operation of games of chance.
Representative Janigian moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the changes to this bill would apply to tournament gameplay. Because of the fact that profit margins are so small, players have the option to add a dealer add-in amount at their option, not required, of an amount not to exceed $25. That would be a tip for the gaming operator. Please press the green button to concur. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1549. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1613, establishing a trust fund for money from soil and water environmental contamination court settlements.
Representative Janigian moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, money from soil and water environmental contamination court settlements are subject to a 10% disposition fee, which would go to the state. This fee, with the changes of the other body, would be eliminated, and so that the full amount from a water contamination or soil contamination settlement would go completely to the mitigation of that issue. The other part of this was the funds will lapse after 2 years and go to other environmental projects. However, the other body has changed this to 4 years, so there's enough time to make sure that these projects can get done. I would urge the body to press the green button to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1613 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1197, relative to criminal background checks, and relative to insurance coverage for intrauterine insemination.
Representative Rhodes moves we non-concur and request the committee of conference.
Representative Rhodes moves that we non-concur and accede to a committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the House appoints Representative Roy, Hunt, Burrows, and Allie Murray.
The motion you stated, okay, so the board said non-concur. It should have said request committee conference. You stated the motion as requesting a committee conference also. If you want to just address it, you can.
The motion that I stated was correct. It was a non-concur and request a committee of conference.
Yes, that's what the speaker stated.
Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1311, relative to school district collection development and reconsideration policies.
Ladd moves we non-concur. Straight non-concur.
Representative Ladd moves that we non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we do non-concur on this and flush it down the toilet. The Senate version, Part 2 of this bill, is a new paragraph with language regarding policies governing a process for parent complaints regarding literature, media materials in one's library at school. We find that the language is vague, subjective, and inconsistent, and the importance of this is that it does require proper hearing, which it has not had. So this bill, if it were to pass with this in, is unacceptable. There's terms such as in one place you have to report within 30 days, another place where it says report within 30 calendar days. It's confusing. Criteria needs to be spelled out on how decisions are made. So we ask that you agree with our recommendation to non-concur this bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is to non-concur on House Bill 1311. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 476, relative to recount and audit procedures and the declaration of results of a recount.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was supposed to be a bill about second recounts when things go wrong. As we know from recent history, they do. And there was controversy about whether they were even allowed to do a second recount when they knew there was a problem. So what we sent over was the fix for that. Part of the bill establishes that there shall be a second recount when a recount changes the outcome of election. Guess what our friends on the other side stripped out? That. There is nothing left to talk about. There is no point to this bill. I will not waste my time in a committee or conference and ask you to vote to non-concur.
The motion before us is non-concur in House Bill 476. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message. For what reason did member rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
Voting on the prevailing side, Mr. Speaker, I move HB 1197 to be reconsidered.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Wait a minute.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait a minute. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 1197. Member is ready to speak.
Many people in my section were voting on non-concur, and we didn't realize that it was a non-concur with committee of conference. So that's where we're at right at this point.
The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 1197. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 1197. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 119 voting yea, 230 voting nay. The motion fails. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1596, requiring a disclosure of deceptive artificial intelligence usage in political advertising.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Brennan. Wait a
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a bipartisan, common sense bill requiring the disclosure of the use of artificial intelligence as it relates to elections, candidates, and now election officials. This bill passed the House on a voice vote so strong that we didn't even have to do a division vote for clarification. HB 1596 passed the other body unanimously. We know the breakdown on the other side of the wall, so to pass something unanimously is kind of a big deal. There's very minor change to this bill made by the other body. It is done by the request of and with the approval of the Secretary of State. This bill has enthusiastic support from the Secretary of State and is a high priority bill. The minor changes do not affect the bill substantively. I'll keep it brief and just urge the body to vote no on the motion to non-concur so that another better motion may be made on this common sense bipartisan bill that allows voters to know if they are being deceived and manipulated by artificial intelligence technology. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many AI legal experts in the room? Not nearly enough. So here's what happened. We send the bill over to the Senate, and they made a language change, and it was really critical. So let's say if somebody does a deep fake, you guys might be looking at political ads or be served them, I don't know, just a guess, and you go, oh my God, look at this. This information is terrible. I'm going to repost that. You know what you just did with your finger? With the language that we got back from the Senate, probably exposed yourself to lawsuits, penalties. Why should you be liable? You're not even the one that created it. Now, why wouldn't I just go to a committee of conference and argue my case? Here's the real problem. Very smart people who know about it, and I do know a few, lawyers, judges, tech people, they have differing opinions on whether or not the language actually does that. I don't know who I have to get in the room to figure this out, but I do not believe that I can do it in the, 6 days that we have left. So, we already passed some. This one, I'm unwilling to vote for it, knowing whether or not, for sure, I am putting regular people who have no clue at risk, just because their finger got them sued. So, I'm not going to say what I really want to say there. I'm urging you to support the non-concur and not put those people at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to non-concur in House Bill 1596. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to non-concur on House Bill 1596. It's a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that only those who create the deep fake are liable under this bill and not those who use their finger to post something on Facebook, and if I know that the SOS supports this bill and it was the result of a bipartisan effort, and if I know that we voted on this very same bill with very minor this same bill essentially weeks ago, then would I vote against this motion to non-concur so that we can return and concur with what the Senate has done to this vitally important bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew all that, I'd agree, but I don't, and that's the problem. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in the protections that were put in the bill, the Senate carved out the word users, that's you and your constituents. And Mr. Speaker, if I have trepidation about whether or not striking that out puts them at risk, then should I do something smart instead of something fast and press the green button?
The motion before us is to non-concur on House Bill 1596. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason, member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to non-concur and form a committee conference on HB 1596.
The motion is to non-concur and form a committee of conference on House Bill 1596. Representative Kutab requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members take their seats. The motion before us is non-concur and set up a committee of conference. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lloyd.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 182 voting yea, 168 voting nay. Motion is adopted. On behalf of the House, Chair appoints Representative Stephen Smith, Jim Quayle, Corrine Lane, and Angela Brennan.
The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. CACR 13, relating to slavery and involuntary servitude, providing that slavery and involuntary servitude shall be prohibited in the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Moffett moves non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost to the finish line here. So, when CACR 13 came to state, federal, and veterans several months ago seeking to enshrine an anti-slavery provision into our state constitution, we were all naturally interested in fully vetting this measure. CACR 13's original language sought to prohibit not only slavery, but also, quote, involuntary servitude, unquote. Now, our U.S. Constitution's 13th Amendment, as you all know, should know, already abolished involuntary servitude except as, quote, a punishment for a crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted, unquote. CACR 13's language would do away with the 13th Amendment's involuntary servitude language for New Hampshire. And this was problematical for some folks, in that if we amend our New Hampshire Constitution to preclude the work mandates for the incarcerated would be opening a Pandora's box of potential lawsuits against the state on behalf of incarcerated persons for whom the state might have certain work requirements as part of rehabilitation processes. So, our committee put things on hold until we could communicate with the Commissioner of Corrections. Who better than the Commissioner of Corrections to go to on this? We laid things out for the Commissioner and requested a response. She wrote back and stated that she was okay with the language of CACR 13. That meant a lot. So given that input from the Corrections Commissioner, our committee proceeded to recommend to pass regarding CACR 13. This full House also did likewise, and the measure went on to the other body. However, during the other body's subsequent ED&A hearings on CACR 13, there was significant blowback, lots of testimony indicating serious concern, again, on how the elimination of the prison work requirement could be problematical. Indeed, this went back to our earlier concerns that the Corrections Commissioner addressed for us. So, again, the question was, would this put our New Hampshire Constitution at odds with our federal Constitution vis-a-vis involuntary servitude? Now, what the Senate recommended was to simply amend CACR 13 and have it emulate and use the exact same language that's in the 13th Amendment to the federal Constitution. So initially that was something that I was open to, as well as the ranking member. But the measure's sponsors and stakeholders made it very clear that the Senate language was unacceptable to them, and a majority of our committee members agreed. So, instead of a concur recommendation, we considered a non-concur with a request for a committee of conference, but subsequent communication made it clear that the other body was unlikely to yield to any further compromised language. And the sponsors and stakeholders also made it quite clear that they were also unlikely to yield to any language changes. So it was quite apparent that a committee of conference would be likely fruitless. So this leaves us with this recommendation to non-concur with the other body's amending language, which would effectively kill this measure for this term. The CACR supporters understand that, they're aware of this, and we understand that they very well may try again next term with the language with which they are committed to. So all that said, I would encourage my colleagues to support our non-concur recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to non-concur on CACR 13. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messaging.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent up from the House, Senate Bill 249, establishing magistrates and relative to release of persons pending resolution of criminal charges, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Carson, Gannon, and Soucy.
Representative Rhodes refuses to accede and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is one of the many bills that we heard in our committee. And we have already asked for a committee of conference for that plethora of bail bills. This particular bail bill has to deal with magistrates. And the big old bill that we sent over to the Senate had magistrates in there, and they sent it back to us and said, no magistrates for you. So then we went and said, look, you got to do better. So they did. They gave us 3 magistrates. So I don't really see the point of going to another committee of conference when we already have one that we're going to get this thing hammered out. So please, let's just be done with it.
The question is whether the House will refuse to exceed on Senate Bill 249. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill sent from the House, Senate Bill 460, establishing the crime of and penalties for unlawful use of unmanned aircraft system, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Carson, Abbas, and Chanley.
Representative Rhodes moves that the House refuse to exceed and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 460 came to us and trying to regulate and make some changes around the drones. And they started with misdemeanor. So it went misdemeanor, misdemeanor, felony, felony. We said that seems a little bit harsh. Didn't change the underlining bill at all, left everything in there. Instead of going from a misdemeanor or straight to a misdemeanor, straight to a felony, we said, hey, how about a violation and then maybe a misdemeanor and then a felony? They said, no, that's too egregious, so I don't really see what we're going to agree to, so we're going to leave it alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether the House will refuse to exceed on Senate Bill 460. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for another of the endless supply of Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment of the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 504, relative to land in current use and relative to magistrates, bail commissioners, the standards applicable to and the administration of bail in making appropriations, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Carson, Bradley, and Susie.
This will shock you, but Representative Rhodes moves that the House refuse to exceed and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we also refuse to agree with the Senate. Senate Bill 504 is the bill that we started out with this morning, and the House voted to not concur, not to anything. That bill's dead. The other bill that they decided to attach to it came out of municipal and came out with an ITL recommendation that passed this House. So now I have two bills that neither one passed the House, so I don't really imagine what magic trick we're supposed to pull out of our hat at a committee of conference, but my understanding, the rules say we don't want that bill, so let's not go to a committee conference on that either.
The motion is that the House refuse to exceed to the Senate on Senate Bill 504. You ready for the question? A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Okay. The question is whether the House should refuse to accede to the Senate on Senate Bill 504, and this is a division vote. If you agree, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 176 in the affirmative, 166 in the negative. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the following entitled bill sent up from the House, Senate Bill 605, relative to ethical standards for members of the General Court, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senator Carson, Bradley, and Susie.
Representative Hill moves that the House refuse to exceed and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier there were two bills that the legislative administration worked on for ethics and recusal. This is the bill from the other side of the wall, and we no longer need it since we passed the merged bill earlier. So I would request you concur with this request to non-accede. Thank you.
All right. The question is whether the House refused to exceed on Senate Bill 605. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the following entitled bill sent up from the House. Senate Bill 417, relative to out-of-home placements for children, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Carson, Gannon, and Whitley.
Representative Pearson moves that we accede to the committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further.
You need to read.
Oh, I should read the conferees. The House appoints Representatives Mark Pearson, J.R. Hull, Mary Jane Wallner, and Patrick Long.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent up from the House, Senate Bill 574, relative to the appointment of a temporary agent for a minor child or incapacitated person, and relative to the determination of parental rights and responsibilities based on shared parenting, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committees Senators Gannon, Abbas, and Shanley.
Representative Pearson moves that we accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representative Mark Pearson, Lori Ball, Patrick Long, Candace Gibbons. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent up from the House, Senate Bill 354, relative to insurance cost-sharing calculations, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Birdsell, Bradley, and Prentice.
Representative Hunt moves that we accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the House appoints Representatives Hunt, Ammon, Burrows, and Spear. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent up from the House, Senate Bill 407, establishing a ground ambulance cost reporting program and a study by an independent actuarial and accounting expert of the cost of providing ground ambulance services in the state, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Birdsell, Avard, and Prentice.
Representative Hunt moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the House appoints Representatives Hunt, Burrows, Spear, and Ammon. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 555, relative to the receipt of pharmaceutical rebates by insurers and pharmacy benefits managers, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Birdsall, Avard, and Prentice.
Representative Hunt moves that we accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Hunt, Burrows, Spear, and Ammon. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 266, relative to the administration of school assessment and accountability programs by the Department of Education, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Ward, Lang, and Prentice.
Representative Ladd moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted, and the House appoints Representatives Ladd, Cordelli, Noble, and Luno. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 340, relative to communication between parents and school districts regarding special education reporting requirements, and the Office of the Advocate for Special Education, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Ward, Lang, and Prentice.
Representative Ladd moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Ladd, Cordelli, Peternell, and Luno. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 379, relative to emergency action plans for sports-related injuries, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Lang, Gendro, and Prentice.
Representative Ladd moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Ladd, Cordelli, Dry, and Damon. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages. Pretty loud in here. We're close. We're close. Just settle down and let's get through it.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 499, relative to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and the Summer EBT Program, and making appropriations therefore and relating to providing disaster relief funding to municipalities after a natural disaster, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Birdsall, Bradley, and Whitley.
Representative Ladd moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? Does somebody say division? Please no. Okay, good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Erf, Edwards, Wallner, and Chelerski. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 521, relative to the educational credentials for master teacher, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed members of said committee Senators Ward, Lang, and Prentice.
Representative Ladd moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Ladd, Cordelli, McDonnell, and Cascadden. Chair recognizes the clerk. Messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 534, relative to campaign finance, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Gray, Murphy, and Seuss.
Representative Quayle moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? A division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. question is whether or not to accede to the committee conference on Senate Bill 534. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Why aren't members in their seats? Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ryan, please be in your seat.
Representative Ames. Representative McWilliams.
Senator Murphy.
Not listening to me.
Representative Boyd. Representative Merchant. Representative Howland.
Have all members present had an opportunity to... Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 323 to 12. Worth it. The motion's adopted. The chair appoints Representative Stephen Smith, Jim Quayle, Connie Lane, and Representative Muirhead. There are 5 left. It'd be good if we could quiet down, because believe me when I say I can make them take as long as I want or go as fast as I can, and that choice is up to you. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 371, relative to the licensing and regulation of physicians, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Pearl, Gendro, and Fenton.
Representative McGuire moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Simon, Stephen Boyd, J. Smith, and D. Stewart. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages. And thank you. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 480, relative to the regulation of real estate practice, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Pearl, Gendro, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted, and the House appoints Representatives Grota Davis, Tom Dolan, and C. Brown. Carol Brown, Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 357, relative to expanding the definition of providers who can certify patients to the therapeutic cannabis program, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Abbas, Gannon, and Whitley.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House appoints Representatives Leon, Nagel, Weber, and Merchant. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 84, repealing certain task forces, study committees, and study commissions, repealing the John G. Wynant Memorial Commission and making the maintenance of the memorial a duty of the Joint Legislative Historical Committee, and establishing a committee to study the appeals process administered by the environmental councils established under RSA 21-0, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Gray, Murphy, and Soucy.
Representative Hill moves that the House accede. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representatives Vanessa Sheehan, Greg Hill, Karen Ebel, Janet Wall. The chair recognizes the clerk for one more.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House. Senate Bill 513, relative to permitting charity auctions by nonprofit corporations, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Lang, Innes, and Rosenwald.
Representative Janegan moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representatives Spilsbury, Ulrey, Ames, and Almy. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a motion to adjourn from the early session.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, June 13th at 10 a.m.
The question's on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The House will be in order. We still have business to do. The House will attend to an announcement from the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that there's some excitement, but we still have legislative business in New Hampshire, ladies and gentlemen. If you are the first named member of a committee of conference, you will be hearing from me by tomorrow at the latest, because it is your job to confer with the first named senator for scheduling committees of conference next week. Please, if you have not been in touch with that corresponding senator, look to the bill dockets. They are being updated as we speak. Additionally, if you have left paperwork in your seat pockets, please take it out with you. The next time we are in session on the 13th, your committee of conference packets will be in your seat boxes. Lastly, on June 13th, our last session day, we will be celebrating Seersucker Day, so please feel free to wear your seersucker. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have requests for unanimous consent, and we have not taken the final recess motion.
Okay. Representative Nagel is recognized for unanimous consent. Representative Nagel waves off. Representative Cannon is recognized for unanimous consent.
Sex. I've always wanted to do that. Now that I have your attention. For the past 25 years, I haven't had sex. I haven't had an intense desire to have sex. This is due in part to my lack of testosterone. The same is true for most of my fellow transgender women that I know. So, in theory, that the transgender woman may be sexual predators is false. In 2009, I was asked by Representative Ed Butler from Hart's Landing to speak to a House committee on what it means to be a transgender person in New Hampshire. At that time, most of the transgender people I knew were very private and hidden from public view. We had about 20 to 30 people, transgender people and individuals, speak out during that first transgender rights hearings in the House and Senate committee meetings. That bill that year passed by one vote in the House when Speaker Terry Norelli stepped off the podium and cast her vote. Ultimately, that bill was defeated in the Senate. But before I left the State House that day, I was asked by 2 reps if I'd consider running for office. Let's keep in mind that back then, it was around 2008, 2009, and my carpentry business just died due to the banking crash. Also, my bank was about to foreclose on my home, and these reps were asking me if I wanted to take a job for $100 a year. Yeah, right. Instead, I learned how to drive big rigs and drove long haul for 5 years, driving over 550,000 miles. During that time, I thought a lot about the idea of running for office. After driving for 5 years, I settled in the city of Somersworth. I was going to say town of Somersworth, but Dana Hilliard would have my butt. I ran for Somersworth School Board shortly after moving in, and I won. I got to learn a lot about the city and the community. The following year, this transgender person ran for State House, and I won. I didn't realize at the time, but I was one of 4 transgender elected officials in the entire United States. That year, I went from being a hidden person to a very national figure representing my New Hampshire community, as well as the transgender people and their families across the country. Over the past 6 years, I have fought for equality, health care, and protections for us all while sitting on the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee. I believe that my effort, with the support of House members and our communities, have resulted in New Hampshire being a safer and healthy place for all people, including transgender people, their families, and friends. And it's a great place for us to live at peace with one another. I know that some of you don't understand why I am the way that I am. Guess what? Neither do I. It's not something I decided to be, but it is who I am. I've just had to learn to live my life true to myself and to live with you as well. I will not be running for another term in the legislature. I can hear some of you cheering about that. During my 6 years as a rep, I've made many friends on both sides of the House. I will miss our committee meetings and our private discussions. But you haven't gotten rid of me yet. I'll be back to share my voice as a private citizen and community leader in the years to come. Thank you all for your service to our state. It has been my pleasure to serve with you. Thank you.
For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to print the remarks of the previous speaker in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, June 13th at 10 a.m.